Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. We are in Northamptonshire for round number 6 of this 8-round championship at the Wilton Mill Kart Club. Our next round will be in September, the penultimate round of the season. I'm Yusuf bin Sahel, filling in for Jake Palmer, and we've got a bunch of races to come your way today. Starting off with a total of 15 heats before we head on in to our finals, which will be starting at roughly 2 p.m. UK time. 12-corner circuit, built all the way back in 1991, 1.2 kilometers long, one of my favorite circuits in the country. It's a circuit that lends itself to overtaking opportunities, and the overtaking opportunities are plenty. You can pretty much send it into every single corner at this wonderful track. Despite some of the rain that we've been having lately, we're expecting it to be staying lovely and clear and sunny all day long. We're going to be starting off with our junior maxes, groups B and C and A and D for our opening heat of the day, before heading on into our senior maxes, X30s, and then running through the rest of the categories that we have on offer. As you can see, there are some patches of damp moistness still on the circuit, but we have had a little bit of testing earlier on today, if I'm not mistaken, so that would have helped to dry up the circuit just that little bit. Now we can see that our junior maxes are already on the grid. Sorry, we've not had any running yet today. So the junior maxes are going to be heading out very shortly, and there they go, out onto circuit. We'll be running you through the grid order in just a couple of moments. A time, a championship that is being led by Blake Southern. But Blake is not here. I'm sure he's probably going to be watching in on the stream just to see how his championship competitors, his championship rivals, the likes of Tom Reed and Alex Shepherd, will be performing in today's race, just to see how much of his championship lead he will be retaining heading into round number 7 of the season. The sun is certainly shining, and the drivers trying to get as much heat as possible into their tyres. Let's run you through the grid. Logan Hearthorne is on pole ahead of Oliver Barton. Then is Ryan Rapini in third ahead of Stanley Williams. Oliver Peters and Miles Cloworth make up row number 3. Harrison Bishop starts in 7th ahead of Tigran Grigorian in 8th. Then is Tobias Johns ahead of Sam Green Gomez. Jack Bowie and Liam Dooling are on row number 6. Jamie Riches and Ronnie Jones are on row 7 ahead of Hakeem Butt and Finn Davenport. Then is Jensen Evans and Lewis Gilbert rounding out our 9-car field. And then on to row number 10, Christian Kiheov ahead of Archie Drummond Evans. Joseph Baxter and Hugh Phillips are on row 11 ahead of Tabitha Mellor and Noah Hobson on row number 12. Our first heat today are going to be our junior road taxes. 2 junior road tax heats to start the day, our biggest grid of racing. We'll be seeing 2 finals as well come the end of the day. So it was Logan Hearthorne who put it on pole by a whopping 0.4 of a second over Oliver Barton, who in turn was half a second clear of Stanley Williams. It was almost torrential rain yesterday for qualifying, so conditions for our racing is going to be very different to what we saw for those qualifying sessions 24 hours ago. A little bit less than 24 hours ago, because it was well into the afternoon and we had qualifying. Logan Hearthorne, can he convert this pole start into a race win? The 121 black suit, white helmet, and alongside him Oliver Barton. We get ready to go racing. Logan Hearthorne 4th in the championship, a big opportunity to pick up some huge points, and it is Hearthorne who will lead the way. Good start from Stanley Williams up into second, and a bit of loading as they make their way through the crook. And well, Hearthorne drops down the order, moving up to the front of the field as a driver who started in third. So Stanley Williams lead, Hearthorne is down into 5th position, is able to regain a position through Christmas Corner, back up into 4th place, but it is a stunning big lead move going up the inside now, down into Ashby Corner, as there is a change for 2nd position. Green flags are being waved, no race restart, and the drive is almost a little bit tentative into a couple of corners on this opening race of the day. And look at Hawthorne go straight up the inside as he heads down into the left hand of Oziers to reclaim 3rd position. Has to go a little bit defensive heading into the boot, does a 1-2-1, but he is firmly up into 3rd position and now trying to work his way back up through the field as he hops his way through the chicane, which has been very much flattened since the initial curbing was installed. What was that, a couple of years ago? And you can see the little patches of water on the apex through the crook as they make their way through Fine Lady and up towards Christmas Corner once again. So it's Harrison Bishop who has made his way up into 2nd place. An excellent start for Harrison Bishop, who started down in 7th place, if I recall correctly. So that damp patch running through the opening couple of corners, catching out a bunch of drivers. Logan Hartnell was pretty much a passenger as he had a bunch of cars behind him, essentially just pushing him wide as he tried to make the apex of the corner on the opening lap. But it is Oliver Peters who leads the way, the driver down in 9th place in the championship. Peters going for his best result of the season. He's never finished above P9 in the final, and he's had a singular heat podium. Well, he's looking to go a little bit better than a podium at the moment. He's got a 1.5 second lead over Harrison Bishop, with Hawthorne down in 3rd position. There are your leading quintet of drivers making their way into Christmas Corner with 8 minutes on the clock, plus 1 lap as well. Nice move going up the inside. I think that's the 220 of Jamie Richards, moving up into 10th place ahead of Gregorian. So Gregorian drops outside of the top 10, and Richards tries to work his way up through the order. Now drivers making their way through Wilkin, turn number 8, and then down into Oziers, my favourite corner on the circuit, off camber. You have to be so patient on the throttle, otherwise the rear end just falls away from you. And it is onto one of the longer straights on the circuit. Now Oliver Barton has moved his way up into 4th place, so he's been able to overtake Miles Cleworth on this lap. And we've got a yellow flag out in turn 1. Harrison Bishop bringing down the gap at the front of the field to just over a second. You can see still tentative as drivers just fully commit through the crook and just wait for the front end to grip up. Nice move going up the inside from the driver in the Senna helmet. That's the 1-2-2, if I'm not mistaken. That's Kiheov in 19th, finding a move on Joseph Baxter for 18th position. At the moment, Peters leads from Bishop, then comes Hawthorne, Barton, Cleworth. So Miles Cleworth up into 5th ahead of Stanley Williams. So Stanley Williams in 6th position, having started from 3rd position, was up into the lead of the race momentarily with Stanley Williams. Barton, Cleworth dropping down the field to 7th and 8th, even further down. So I think they're the cause of the yellow flag that we saw at the start of this lap. So disaster for those 2 drivers. Logan Hawthorne has picked up the fastest lap of the race, and your top 3 are now separated by just over a second, as we see the 33 making their way up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And searching for a way through is the 33. Just over a second between those 3 at the front of the field. And we'll see how quickly the apex through the first couple of corners will dry up. It's something that our next Junior Max category of drivers will be looking at, Groups A and Groups D. They'll be very excitedly and nervously watching how the grip through those opening couple of corners dries up. We've got 8 tenths between our top 3, so we are certainly in for a battle and a half at the front of the field. Ryan Rapini up into 4th place as well, 3.5 seconds of that lead battle. There is the 68, that's Noah Hobson, going down in P20 on the back of Joseph Baxter. Head down the hill, and we saw a move from one of our drivers going up the inside into Ashby Corner, and someone going wide on the exit of Ashby. And you can be certain that that grass is a bit damp. It's going to take him a while to get heat back into his tyres and regain confidence through the corners as they make their way through Oziers and onto the back straight towards the boot. So Ronnie Jones is now the driver with the fastest lap of the race. Lewis Gilbert dropping down to 14th position. Ronnie Jones in 6th position in kart number 70. About half a second behind Stanley Williams. Oh, big contact. Well, two drivers getting squeezed, and once they put a wheel onto the grass, they were at a mercy of the damp conditions, and that just pulled them. It looked like a nasty incident into the tyre barriers. I think, by the looks of it, the driver is okay. But that is not how we want to start our racing at Wilton Mill. So Oliver Peters, half a second clear of Logan Hartshorn, who has just put in the fastest lap of the race and is dragging Harrison Bishop along with him. Hartshorn and Bishop putting in pretty much identical lap times and gaining a couple of tenths on Oliver Peters, but it is Ronnie Jones who takes the new fastest lap of the race. So Ronnie Jones with a 48.58, 3 tenths quicker than your race leader. So yellow flags being waved on the run through Inkermans and down into Ashby Corner. And yellow flags still being waved as well on the run towards turn 8 and 9, Wilkins and Oziers. And I think we've got a full course yellow potentially. Yes, indeed, that is the case. I wonder if that is for the incident that we saw on the start-finish straight. That is the 1-2-2 of Christian Kihayov in 15th position. He's just on the back of Hakeem Butt. And company right behind Kihayov is the 33 of Joseph Baxter, who has just picked up a contact warning as well. So this yellow is probably going to bring the field relatively close together. You can see a little bit of weaving, so Oliver Peters will continue to lead the way. And remember, Oliver Peters' best result this year at the Wilton Mill Kart Club has been a third. He did that back at round 3 in heat number 2. And one Oliver Peters could be on for his best result, and what a win this would be if he is able to pull it off. He's had to deal with some immense pressure on a drying circuit as well as Oliver Peters. Logan Hartshorn, who is 4th in the championship, could really do with some big points over the 3 drivers in front of him in the championship: Alex Shepherd, Tom Reed and Blake Southern. Hartshorn is only 2 points down on Alex Shepherd in the championship at the moment. Alex Shepherd, who isn't racing in this heat, we'll be seeing him in heat number 2. Same for Tom Reed as well. So Hartshorn will be wanting to gain as many points as he can with his 2 nearest championship rivals in a different heat, and presumably taking points off each other in that heat. So Oliver Peters, his lead has diminished, especially when you've got a drying circuit. You always would rather be the driver behind, because you've got a target in front of you, someone to test the waters, if you will. See a lot of tyre warming from the drivers behind. Oliver Peters, though, cool as a cucumber. Just sat patiently, waiting. Maybe prefers to keep his tyres a little bit cool and will warm them up on the back straight if he needs to. Oliver Peters is only 5 points down on Daniel Adomaitis in the championship. Ninth place in the championship. Some big points aloft for him. Maybe a late championship charge for him. Last round at the Wilton Mill Kart Club, he finished 5th and 10th in his 2 heats, did Oliver Peters. And Logan Hartshorn, he could actually do with a good result. Hartshorn's actually only finished on the podium in a single heat this year. Are we ready to go racing? We are indeed. Green flag is being waved. Head down for Oliver Peters. Hartshorn and Bishop hot on his heels. Rapini has already dropped back by a few kart lengths as we make our way onto the straight. The longest straight of the circuit, defensive from Peters. Hartshorn behind Bishop, searching for a way through. Double switch back. Bishop moves to the front of the field. So Harrison Bishop takes full advantage of this race restart and takes the lead of the race. And as Oliver Peters coming under pressure from Ryan Rapini, who's looking to the outside, looking to the inside, dives to the inside, heading into Wilkins' corner. And Rapini, I believe, is up into 3rd place. And no way back for Oliver Peters. who drops outside of the top 3 spots in this full course yellow, has been absolutely horrendous for Oliver Peters. And now he's got to try to fight his way back into those top 3 spots, but it is Harrison Bishop who leads the way in his third WMKC event of the year. Is this for Harrison Bishop, the driver who has had a singular third place this year? We're on to the last lap of the race, and Harrison Bishop has one hand on that heat victory as already, as Oliver Peters desperately trying to defend from this gaggle of 4 cars hot on his heels. Through Inkermans they go, down onto the brakes into Ashby Corner, and still Oliver Peters goes defensive as he possibly can. There is almost no gap between himself and the white line on into Ashby Corner as they make their way through Wilkins down into Oziers. Again, still defensive from Oliver Peters as he tries to hold on to that 4th place spot. Every position is important, especially when you consider that these results count towards where you start for the A final. Harrison Bishop, though, will make his way around the final corner to take the checkered flag and win heat number 1 ahead of Logan Hartshorn. Ryan Rapini in 3rd, Oliver Peters in 4th, Jamie Richards in 5th ahead of Ronnie Jones in P6, Stanley Williams in P7, then it's Tobias Johns in P8 ahead of Tigran Grigorian in 9th, and Miles Clyworth completes the top 10. Then it's Jack Bowie, Liam Dooling, Jensen Evans, Joseph Baxter, Finn Davenport in 15th, Lily Shaw. Then in P17 comes Christian Kihayov, Hugh Phillips in 18th, Noah Hobson and Alexander Lekshiki in P20. Then it's Oliver Barton, Sam Green Gomez in 22nd, Riley Linnell in 23rd, Alfie Skit in 24th, ahead of Tabitha Meller, Cora Moore, Lewis Gilbert, Archie Common Evans and Jacob Kent, taking our 29-car field. So as our drivers come into the pit lane, front noses all get examined to make sure there has been no excessive bumping between drivers, and it looks like Ronnie Jones might be our first victim. There's a little shake of the head already for Ronnie Jones. And with that, we're going to head into a short break before we return with our second heat of the day. So one heat of our 15 completed, and our second heat, which is also a junior max heat, will be starting very shortly. As there we can see, I think that's either Lewis Gilbert or Archie Tom Evans who's involved in that crash coming across the start-finish line. It's good to see that the driver is okay, and hopefully as well his kart is okay, and we'll see him back later on today for his second heat of the day, or indeed for the finals. So let's run you through the grid for our second heat of the day. Tom Reed starts on pole ahead of Jacob Aston. Alex Shepard and Ben Morgan are on row 2. Archie Ray Watson starts in P5 ahead of Jensen Walker in P6. P7 is Cooper Campbell-Lees ahead of Daniel Wisniauskas in 8th. Miles Burton is in 9th with Daniel Adamaitis completing the top 10. Cody Crudgington is in 11th ahead of Jackson Lane in P12. Niccolo Pozzi is in 13th ahead of Max Wheatley. Harvey Watts and Shay Hilton make up row 8 ahead of Ruben Jenkins and Harley King in P18. Jay Singh starts in 19th ahead of Finlay Strang in 20th. Then is Aston Tab in 21st ahead of Leonardo Pelagi in 22nd. Jack Corser and William Kidd Glass make up row number 12. Henry Robinson and Harry Myatt Waldron make up row 13 ahead of Odysseus Hole and Lily Catignon in 28, with Ryuma Komatsu completing the 29 kart field. So we spoke about Tom Reed and Alex Shepard during Heat 1. They are 2nd and 3rd in the championship respectively. Tom Reed, one of the few drivers, one of the 2 drivers to have been able to take a clean sweep at any WMKC event this year, the other being your championship leader, Blake Southend. So Tom Reed, then, he's not won a heat or a final since round number 4, because Blake Southend picked up the clean sweep at round number 5. And Tom Reed as well, let's not forget, a very, very quick driver, and is the reigning Minimax World Champion, making the step up to junior road taxes this year, and does find himself on pole. And he took pole as well by 0.3 of a second over Jacob Aston. Oh, sorry, over Alex Shepard, pardon me. And in turn, Alex Shepard was nearly 0.4 quicker than Archie Ray Watson. So our drivers will head onto the circuit and they'll have a quick chance to test the grip levels through Oblivion and the Crook, the opening two corners here at Wilton Mill. The fast left-hander, followed by that little lift, dab on the brakes going through the Crook, depending on what kart you're in. If you're running in cadets, it's pretty much flat through both corners. If you run in the junior, senior road taxis, you might just need to have a little dab on the brakes, slow it down, set yourself up for the main straight, that long run towards the Christmas corner. So, Tom Reed, Jacob Aston on the front row of the grid, with Alex Shepard and Ben Morgan on row 2. Should also mention as well that this is Barton's. Trying to double check through the order. Yes, so Reed, Aston, Shepard and Morgan at the front of the field. Tom Reed in the 242 on the inside of the circuit. Jacob Aston alongside Weir Green, and ready to go then for our second race of the day. And it's a good start from the outside of the grid. So Tom Reed dropping down into second place. Your race leader, Jacob Aston, as we do have an incident through the Crook, and somehow miraculously most of the field are able to navigate through that without collecting it and turning it into what could have been a very nasty accident. So fair play to them. Not seeing any yellow flags or green chevron flags to indicate a race restart, so we're good to go for the remainder of this race. And have a look at the gap that's already been pulled at the front of the field by Jacob Aston. It's been an excellent opening lap for Mr. Aston, as our drivers make their way through the boot. You can see the number 13, that's Ben Morgan, navigating his way through the final couple of corners. So Aston ahead of Reed, then comes Alex Shepard in third position, Ben Morgan, Jensen Walker, Wisniauskas in sixth, ahead of Adamitis, Burton, Wheatley, Lane. Complete your top 10, move up the inside there. That's Shepard going up to second place ahead of Tom Reed. They now navigate their way through Inkermans. Can Reed come back at him? No, he can't. A little bit defensive from Shepard as he jumps onto the brakes into Ashby corner, presumably just to dissuade Tom Reed from going for that overtake. They make their way down through the left hand of Osiers, and on the run towards the boot, can Alex Shepard hunt down Jacob Aston? Big opportunity this for Alex Shepard now that he's got ahead of his championship rival Tom Reed, and it does look like he's closing into Aston at a very quick rate of knots, jumping over the curb through Oblivion as they set themselves up for this run. Here comes the move then from Alex Shepard up the inside of Jacob Aston, who doesn't fight the move too hard, but he might certainly be fighting for a way back again. You can see that slightly defensive move as Tom Reed tries to go up the inside of Jacob Aston and does make the move work. So Jacob Aston led this race at the start of this lap. He's dropped down into third position now and is in the wheel tracks of Tom Reed and indeed Jacob Aston. But Aston and Reed already look like they have pulled out a couple of car lengths over your former race leader. Now the question is, can Alex Shepard pull out a gap to Tom Reed behind him? The answer to that at the moment, it looks like yes he can. Miles Burton also making his way up into 7th place. Cody Crudgington overtaking Ruben Jenkins. Aston Cab passing Harvey Watts on this lap as well. And there goes a big move up the inside, cleanly done as well. That's Jackson Lane, who has the fastest lap of this race, finding a way through on Jensen Walker up into Christmas corner. So Jackson Lane trying to work his way up through the field. Now the gap at the front of the field between Shepherd and Reed was 0.3 of a second. There you can see Jacob Aston in third position, and Tom Reed is definitely within touching distance of Alex Shepherd. Ben Morgan leads the charge in fourth in the number 13 kart, running with the MS kart suit. As Daniel Adomaitis picks up the fastest lap of the race, he's at the back of this three-train group of drivers, as up the inside goes Tom Reed, and he takes the lead from Alex Shepherd into Christmas corner. That is the main overtaking opportunity. The Reed goes defensive down into Ashby. He knows that Shepherd is going to bite back as quickly as he possibly can. Now Morgan, Wisniauskas and Adomaitis will be closing into these three. There's the finger wag up ahead from Wisniauskas telling Ben Morgan, look, I don't want to battle with you. Let's hunt down those three up ahead. But then again, I've seen many times where drivers have given that finger wag and proceeded to overtake someone into the very next corner. So Tom Reed now leads from Shepherd, Aston, Dennis Morgan, Adomaitis, Wisniauskas. They are your top six, separated by less than 2 seconds with 6 minutes to go. Here comes Alex Shepherd back up the inside and following through Jacob Aston as well. So Aston is up into second position. Ben Morgan, I think, actually just lost a position. Daniel Adomaitis moving up into fourth position, and Wisniauskas following through. So Ben Morgan has dropped down into sixth place, if I'm not mistaken. But leading the way is Alex Shepherd from Jacob Aston, and then Tom Reed now down into third position in that 2-4-2 kart. More pointing forward this time is coming from the driver in second position, Jacob Aston. I don't think there's going to be any belief in those finger wags forward and the working together at all. Alex Shepherd is surely going to be going defensive on the run up towards Christmas corner. Let's see though as they head through the Oblivion and through the Crook once again. 5 minutes on the clock, still plenty of racing to go. Now what has happened to Ben Morgan? Daniel Adomaitis has closed in onto the leading three so quickly. He has absolutely gapped Wisniauskas, as up the inside goes Jacob Aston on Alex Shepherd. So Jacob Aston now leads the way, but keep your eyes out for Daniel Adomaitis, because he is absolutely rapid. The driver who is 8th place in the championship. Another one of our drivers whose best result this season in a heat has been 4th place. He's had 4th on 2 separate occasions. Can he make his way onto the podium, and can he maybe even win this heat? Adomaitis is looking like the quickest of this leading quartet of karts, with how quickly he was able to catch these three on the previous lap. But it's one thing to catch up to a group of drivers, it's another thing to be able to overtake them. Now Jacob Aston has been able to pull a couple of kart lengths clear of Alex Shepherd in second position. Tom Reed right on the back of Shepherd. Reed's going to go up the inside of Shepherd into Ashby corner, and following through is Adomaitis. But Adomaitis won't be able to get the move that easily because he's fighting, and he's been able to get the switchback now up the inside into Oziers. Makes the move work, so it's the 85 of Alex Shepherd, who was at one point leading this race, drops down into 4th, and due to that battle that he's had with Adomaitis, a pair of them have dropped back from Tom Reed, who in turn is a fair bit back from Jacob Aston. 3.5 minutes as we come over the line. Jacob Aston with the fastest lap of the race, 6/10 clear of Tom Reed, who in turn is 7/10 clear of Daniel Adomaitis. And there is the 27 and 13, Wisniauskas and Ben Morgan. Morgan goes up the inside. Wisniauskas had started turning in, saw the MS kart driver going up his inside and decided, you know what, I'm going to bail out of turning in. That might be a little bit, that might end a bit badly if he did go for it. There has been able to reclaim the position through Ashby. So it is Wisniauskas back ahead of Ben Morgan as they head through the boot. As there we see Alex Shepherd with with Adomaitis behind him. So Shepherd has been able to re-overtake Adomaitis and reclaim third position. Tom Reed with a fast lap of the race. He's 4/10 shy of Jacob Aston. Still plenty of time remaining in this race. The defensive line being taken from Wisniauskas. Ben Morgan using that opportunity to get the triple switch back as they make their way down the hill. Now on the brakes, up the inside into Ashby. And Jensen Walker's going to try to follow through as well, and I think Walker does make the overtake work. So Jensen Walker in the 2.25 trying to get involved in this, now going to go up the inside into Oziers. Makes the move work as well. So it's a 2.25. Jensen Walker, who started this lap down in 7th position, is now up into 5th ahead of both Wisniauskas and indeed Ben Morgan. But a 4-way battle for P5. Actually, I say 4-way battle. I can't count the number of cars. It's a 5-way battle for P5. Now being led by Jensen Walker ahead of Ben Morgan. Then it's Jackson Lane, Wisniauskas in 8th, and Miles Burton in 9th, rounding out this gaggle of cars. As here comes a move. Ben Walker up the inside of Jensen Walker. Sorry, Ben Morgan up the inside of Jensen Walker. As I get surnames mixed up. 3/10 is still the gap at the front of the field. Jacob Aston ahead of Tom Reed. Reed with another fast lap of the race, actually matched identically by Alex Shepherd as wide. Ben Morgan going slowly on the exit of Ashby Corner. So that is not good news for Ben Morgan, who drops down the field and out of this battle for 5th position. He's still being led by the 2.25 of Jensen Walker. And he's got Miles Burton hot on his heels. Now, this group of drivers are closing in onto Jackson Lane. Actually, I think Jackson Lane has been able to pull a gap to them as at the front of the field. Jacob Aston and Tom Reed are nose to tail. There goes a move up the inside. Miles Burton on Jensen Walker up into 6th position. Jackson Lane now in a lonely P5, but I'm sure he'd be very happy with it being lowly as contact. Burton went defensive, Walker went straight into the back of Burton, and well, that might be one for the stewards to review. The bumper is now hanging off of the 2.25 of Jensen Walker, so Jensen Walker has reclaimed the position, trying to cover off the inside. It is all nose to tail, and it is getting very rough. Tom Reed has taken the lead of the race, heading on to the penultimate lap of this race. So Tom Reed leads from Jacob Aston. Alex Shepherd is 4/10 behind. It's a 3-way battle for the lead of this race. There's a mechanical flag out for Jensen Walker, but with only a lap left, Jensen Walker might just try to get this to the end of the race. Jensen Walker on the outside has 3 cars sending it up his inside. I wonder if he's got a puncture because he's going very slowly indeed, and he is really struggling. So Jensen Walker's race has gone down the gutter after that contact down into Ashby Corner, and I personally can't really blame Jensen Walker for that. He went onto the brakes and he got a bit of a love tap from behind, let's call it. So Jensen Walker tumbles down the order, and I think it's Cody Crudgington. It's the 2.42. That's Tom Reed who is leading the way from Jacob Aston. He's pulled a gap to Aston ahead of Alex Shepherd. Then comes Daniel Adamaitis. It is going to be defensive from Aston. Shepherd looks to the outside. Shepherd going to try to hang it around the outside. This could end really badly. He puts a wheel on the grass, has to back out. That opens up the door for Adamaitis. Adamaitis is up into 3rd place, sends it with a late move up the inside into Ashby Corner. They're side by side on corner exit. Aston now has the inside. Adamaitis on the outside. Through goes Alex Shepherd. Now there's a little bit of contact as they get onto the brakes into Oziers. Nose to tail in the battle for 2nd place. Tom Reed is gone. Tom Reed has this race victory. Defensive still from Aston. Round the outside goes Adamaitis. He can't get on the inside into the double right-hander, and that is going to be the order as they come over the line. Tom Reed takes the checkered flag with a late charge to the front of the field. Jacob Aston holds on to 2nd ahead of Alex Shepherd, Daniel Adamaitis, and Jackson Lane will take 4th. What about this battle for P6? Will it be Wisniauskas? I think it's 27. It is indeed. Wisniauskas takes P6 ahead of Cody Crudgington. Then it's Miles Burton in P8 ahead of, in P9, Archie Ray Watson. Aston Tab in P10 ahead of Ben Morgan. Then it's Finley Strang, Harley King, Ruben Jenkins, Harry Myatt, Waldron in P15. Then it's Harvey Watts, William Kidd Glass, Odysseus Hole, Cooper Campbell Lees, and Shea Hilton in P20. Nicola Pozzi in P21 ahead of Jack Corser, Jay Singh, Lily Catignon in P24. Then it's Henry Robinson, Leonardo Palagi in 26, Max Wheatley, Jensen Walker, and Ryuma Komatsu completing the field. Well, that was certainly an interesting way for our racing to end. That last lap from Wisniauskas, Crudgington and Burton were 50-second laps, 3 seconds off the pace. That's how much they were defending and fighting, as it looks like we have another bunch of victims for those front-fairing infringements. But that brings heat number 2 of the day to a close. Next up will be our Rotax Senior Maxes. So Rotax Senior Maxes will take to the circuit, and the track does look to be completely dried up at this point. We'll run you through the grid very shortly, run you through the championship as well. There are quite a few championship permutations on offer today. As there is our senior Rotax grid. The qualifying was very, very close, with just over a tenth of a second separating the top three in those wet conditions. Again, how the dry fairing fares them, we'll have to see. Oliver Smith starts on pole ahead of Drew Preisner. Then it's Luke Richards and James Tester on row 2. Alfie Thompson and Will Forber make up row number 3. Finley Jones starts in 7th ahead of Nusha Safa-Leathers in 8th. Callum Sims in 9th ahead of Michael Dalton in 10th. Then it's Joshua Smith and Ethan Martin on row number 6. Kieran Edgson starts in 13th ahead of William Webb. Samuel Aston is in 15th ahead of Freddie Leppenwell in P16. Ruben Maimlock starts in 17th ahead of Zugas Pravilonis in 18th. Then it's Dejuan Bennett ahead of Rory Burke. Isaac Reynolds in 21st ahead of Jen Zong Lim in 22nd. Carl Dickens and Ryan Walsh are 23rd and 24th. Jake Fisher starts in 25th ahead of Molly Griffiths. Dexter Collins and Ryan Hedge are on row 14 ahead of Agastya Laka and Arminas Zabarauskas in 30th. Jensen Hinchcliffe and Kieran Glanville are on row 16, with Ellis Beattie completing our 33 car field. Well, Oliver Smith, who is 3rd in the championship, starts this race from pole. He would be firmly in the championship battle if it wasn't for a disqualification in the opening round of the season, where he was on for a very good result, from what my notes tell me. Drew Preisner, though, starting this race in 2nd position. Let's see how we go. We are green and we are racing. It's a good start from Oliver Smith, who takes the lead and holds on to the lead, I should say, through the opening corner. I think it was a good start from Preisner, who moves up second, one driver off on the grass on the exit of not Christmas Corner, on the exit of the Crook. But your top two have stormed away and pulled a big gap as it's defensive in the battle for 3rd place as they head down the hill through Ashby Corner. And now it's into Wilkins and Oziers. We've got 3-4 abreast further down the field, but thankfully they all navigate their way through without too much incident. There's a little bit of bumping, a little bit of pushing, but nothing too egregious for an opening lap here at Wilton Mill. Round the final corner come our race leaders, and we will be able to confirm the order as it's 2 abreast through the chicane. Oliver Smith leads from Luke Richards, Alfie Thompson, James Tester, Finley Jones are your top 5. Drew Preisner, who started this race from 3rd, he's dropped down the order to P6, so it's been a terrible start for Drew Preisner, sure, by his lofty standards. Joshua Smith in 7th, then it's Forbert, Dalton and Safa-Leathers completing your top 10. Just under a second separating your top 3. William Webb could win the championship today. And William Webb, though, not racing, so for the likes of who are hunting him down in the championship, Victor Hansen, Oliver Smith need to gain a bunch of points over him in his absence, as that is a bumper hanging off. A little look over the shoulder from the 349 of Luke Richards, and he will know that he's probably going to be getting a mechanical flag. And unlike what we saw in the previous race, it's not going to be a mechanical flag on the last lap of the race. It's going to be a mechanical flag very early on, as a very defensive line from the 91 of Drew Preisner, as he tries to prevent himself losing more positions. This time it's Michael Dalton. He goes up his inside into Ashby Corner, and a bunch of drivers go wide. I'm not sure who has come out the worst in that scenario, but I know the 72 of Kieran Edgson has gained a number of positions. So Kieran Edgson, who started this race down in P10, I think has moved up potentially to 7th place and has fully gained advantage of Preisner and Dalton battling. There is the 43, that's Safa-Leathers, who makes their way through the final couple of corners. Oliver Smith then leads and has a whopping gap of 1.3 seconds over Alfie Thompson, who in turn is nearly 2 seconds clear of Finley Jones in P3. So a good start to the race for Alfie Smith, and indeed Alfie Thompson. Here goes a move up the inside. That's very nicely done. I think that was the 93 or the 393 of Dejuan Bennett. So Dejuan Bennett, who started this lap down in P19, gains a position. And as we said at the top of the day, Wilton Mill, a circuit that lends itself to overtaking. You can overtake him pretty much at every single corner. And we're seeing a bunch of overtakes happening down into Ozier's. Ozier's the second of those two left-handers as you descend your way down the hill and onto the back straight. So Joshua Smith has just picked up the fastest lap of this race. He's down in P5 trying to hunt down Finley Jones for P4. Now I'm just trying to see what has happened to Drew Preisner. Preisner's dropped down now to P11. The driver who started on the front two rows of the grid has not had the start he would have wanted. Preisner clearly very quick in those wet conditions for qualifying yesterday, but unable to convert it in these dry conditions, and with a bit of damage as well to the back of their kart. There is Preisner, who has been able to reclaim a position on Sapper Leathers. So Preisner back up into the top 10. And maybe it was just a rough start for Preisner. Maybe we'll see Preisner starting to work their way back up through the field. However, over a second behind Michael Dalton in P9. So a lot of work to do here for Drew Preisner. I'm sure they'll be up for the challenge. 1.5 seconds a gap at the front of the field. Oliver Smith ahead of Alfie Thompson, who's still 2 seconds ahead of James Tester. Finley Jones directly behind. Also should mention as well for Drew Preisner, this is his first Wilton Mill event of the year. I don't know if he's been racing at Wilton Mill in previous years, but I know for this year it is his first showing. So it was a really good showing for him in qualifying. And how much will he be able to impress on the Sunday? Joshua Smith up to P4, he's overtaken Finley Jones. Another driver to keep our eyes out for, James Tester. He was alongside Oliver Smith, disqualified in that opening race weekend of the year, having won the first two heats of the day. And then picked up no points. Since that event, as we've got a driver firmly in the barriers. Where is that? That's the 143. Who is the 143? That's Dexter Collins in the tyre barriers. While the track is dry, the grass is certainly wet, and if you do end up on the grass, you are pretty much just a passenger. Finley Jones on the back of Josh Smith, trying to close in onto James Tester, as we were talking about before. Had a really good start to the season pace-wise, but then went badly in that opening final, and after that point, the best he's managed to do is a second in a heat. That's been his only podium, only heat podium since that opening round. He's been in every single round this year, has James Tester. We know he's got pace, and he is showing us a little bit of that pace as James Tester. Here is Josh Smith, though, in the white and red machinery, the number 17, with Finley Jones directly behind him. Oliver Smith making full advantage of Victor Hansen and William Webb's absence today to try to gain as many points as he can in the championship. He does have a good chance of being able to fight for second in the championship if he can get a solid set of results. And it's looking like he's going to do exactly that. I think that was a move up the inside of the 49. That's Michael Dalton, who's just been overtaken. And there is the 91 of Drew Preisner, who's overtaken Dalton. And indeed the 33, so Callum Sims has been dragged along as well. So Callum Sims has gained a couple of places. Is that a puncture on the right rear for one of our drivers who's going very slowly? That's a 78. So the 78 of Jake Fisher dropping a number of positions. He just had a bit of a moment. Nothing too much to worry about. It's under 3 minutes remaining, and Joshua Smith trying to hunt down James Tester. As there is Drew Preisner, who is 3 seconds behind Travilionis. And I think P8 might be too much of a challenge for Drew Preisner here. He's just going to try to extend his gap to the 33 of Callum Sims behind him. Michael Dalton just behind Sims. I want to give a shout out actually. LSBT in 20 seconds started this race from the very back of the field. Did LSBT has gained a number of positions from 33rd to 22nd, gained 11 places. Another driver who's gained a lot of places is Zugas Pravilionis, who's up into 8th, having started in 18th. So those two drivers have been your biggest movers in this race. So fair play to them. Really, really good showing in this heat, having, I guess, clearly struggled or not shown their true pace in that wet qualifying session yesterday. There is the 27 of James Tester, who has just been overtaken, I believe, by Joshua Smith. So Joshua Smith putting in a good showing, up into 3rd place. I think too far back to hunt down Alfie Thompson. Alfie Thompson, the driver who is 4th place in the championship. Looking at picking up his best result in quite a while. His best result since he actually won the A final in the opening round of the season. Since then he's had a best heat result of P3 as Alfie Thompson. This will definitely be a nice confidence booster for Alfie, who missed the last round of the Wilton Mill Kart Club. So no to tell between Smith, Tester and Jones. They round the final corner and on to the start-finish straight there. You can see Alfie Thompson up ahead, 2 laps remaining in this race. Now Drew Preisner has been overtaken by Callum Sims, so Sims is up into P9 behind Will Forber. Will Forber, the driver who is 6th place in the championship. Currently running P8 in this race. They're looking to gain some valuable points over Noosh Safa Leathers, who's just ahead of Will in the championship. Will Forber, I'm sure, will be fairly content with how this heat is going, considering that his closest championship rivals of Safa Leathers and Pravilionis are behind him. There is your race leader, Oliver Smith, who has just been untouched in this race. He's been driving his socks off at the moment. Is that a move from the 23? I think it is. Finley Jones has found a way through on James Tester. So on the last lap of the race, Finley Jones looked like he did that into Ashby Corner, and it looked like Finley Jones tried to hang it, or sorry, it looked like James Tester tried to hang it around the outside. However, that did not work out for him. Finley Jones moves up into 4th place, but Oliver Smith will come over the line to take the checkered flag, much needed for his championship hopes. Alfie Thompson, 2nd ahead of Joshua Smith, then it's Finley Jones, James Tester, Kieran Edson, Drew Pravilionis, sorry, not Drew, Zugas Pravilionis is 7th ahead of Will Forber, Callum Sims, Drew Preisner, William Webb, Ethan Martin, Rory Burke, Dejuan Bennett, Jake Fisher in 15th, then it's Freddie Leffenwell in 16th ahead of Noosh Safa Leathers, down in 17th, was running in, I think, P10, P9 at one point in this race, was Noosh. Samuel Aston in P18, then comes Michael Dalton in 19th, with Ruben Mainlock completing your top 20. Ryan Welsh 21st ahead of LSBT, who started this race from 33rd, so great drive from LSBT. Molly Griffiths in 23rd position ahead of Zen Zong Lim. Then comes Ryan Hedge, Isaac Reynolds, Arminas Zabarauskas in 27th ahead of Agustia Lacker. Then it's Kieran Glanville in 29th, with Jensen Hinchcliffe completing our top 30. Dexter Collins, Carl Dickens and Luke Richards complete our field. So that brings our senior Rotax race to a close. Next up is going to be another senior race, but the X30s. Race number 4 of the day, about to come up. It should be another excellent race. Again, all of the qualifying sessions yesterday were done in the wet conditions. So the pace that we saw in qualifying, the grid order for qualifying, while it is a good indication of what we can expect to see in the race, is not necessarily, and I say that as because I'm namely a driver who absolutely detests the wet conditions. You know, I'd big myself up in the dry, but in the wet, I am god awful. I'm sure that's not the case though for any of our drivers, particularly not for Sebastian Dew, because, well, he put the Dew into the wet conditions yesterday by taking pole ahead of Sam Lewis. I'm sorry, there will be no more terrible jokes like that later in this broadcast. Alexander De Benedictis in third ahead of Olivier Piccola in fourth. Archie Forber is in fifth ahead of Jensen Buckingham in sixth position. Archie Heron in seventh ahead of Oliver Meek in eighth. Bailey Brooker in ninth ahead of George Mayle in 10th. Harry Wright and Josh Jones make up row number 6. And on to row 7 is Finley Allen, who starts in 13th ahead of Nihal Joy in 14th. Then it's John O'Donnell in 15th ahead of Toby Percival in 16th. William Omar in 17th ahead of Isabel Banks in 18th. And Jack Stewart completing the field in the 57 kart. I was wondering when preparing for this event, I saw Jack Stewart and I started thinking of another driver that I've raced with a few times, also going by the name of Jack Stewart, but I think this is a different Jack Stewart. That Jack Stewart used to do a lot of rental karting. I think made his way up into Mazda racing or something of the sorts a year or two ago. But Sebastian Dew put it on pole by half a second over Sam Lewis. It was a very, very impressive qualifying run from Mr. Dew. One driver to watch out for, Oliver Meek, starting this race down in P8. Oliver Meek was on for almost a clean sweep at the last event, round number 5 of the season. However, a bit of poor luck meant that he ended up finishing that final in 4th place, and Oliver Meek will be, I'm sure, dead set on making amends for that weekend and showing everyone his class once again. It was his first time that he had won a heat as well at that event. Clearly, though, not taking kindly to the wet conditions yesterday. How will he perform in the dry today? But Sebastian Dew, I'm just double checking Sebastian Dew in the championship. He almost clean swept actually round number 3 of the season, did Sebastian Dew. But he ended up getting disqualified in the final. So Sebastian Dew had that one kind of amazing performance at round 3 in the heats, winning both of the heats. Not sure what happened in the final. It was Sam Lewis who ended up winning that final. Sam Lewis, the driver, who's starting in 2nd place. But outside of that one event from Sebastian Dew, he's not really been able to finish in the top 10. I say that, round 4 he did do fairly well, a 4th and a 5th in the heats, but then a 19th in the final. So Sebastian Dew is certainly a driver. Oh dear, that's not looking good. Who started that off? I think that's a bit of a name and shame moment, isn't it? That was the 28, I believe. Was it the 29 of Nihal Joy? Well, we can't be spinning on the formation lap. Maybe it's still a little bit damp out there, but a couple of drivers having a little contact with, I think it was Nihal. And hopefully no damage to anyone. Maybe a bit of damage to the pride and ego. But back to what we were discussing with Sam Lewis, Sebastian Dew. So the last event Sebastian Dew did was round number 4, 4th and a 5th in the heats, 19th in the final. We know that Sebastian Dew is a quick driver. He's shown that before this season. He's shown it in qualifying. We're going to have another formation lap due to that incident on the exit of the Crook. Sam Lewis, on the other hand, starting second in this race, is leading in this championship. He can't really win the championship today because he's only done 3 of the 5 rounds so far. He's won a final, he's won a single heat. He's had 3 third-place finishes in heats, never finished second in a heat though. We'll see how Lewis performs today. Another driver who's doing quite well, Alexander De Benedictis, who's only done 2 rounds so far, both of which were completely contrasting performances. De Benedictis had a 4th and a 3rd in the opening round of the season, followed by all results outside of the top 20 in his second event. So De Benedictis starts this race in 3rd position. We'll see how De Benedictis gets on. That is the 1-2-4. Alexander De Benedictis, the 46, in the white and red liveried kart. But it's Sebastian Dew on pole, white helmet, black suit. We are racing for our senior X30s, and it is a good start for Dew. It's a good start for De Benedictis. It's a bad start for one driver. It goes very wide coming out of the crook. Not entirely sure who that was, but it is a 2-horse battle at the front. We've got a spinner who goes round straight on the brakes, and thankfully, because he got on the brakes so quickly, no one collected him. That was a very scary moment. That was the 59 of Archie Heron, who started this race in 7th position. So Archie Heron drops down to the back of the field. He's going to have a lot of work to do in the rest of this heat, and indeed in heat number 2, and presumably in the A final as well, as the 42 and 57 are nose to tail. There is a 15 searching for a way through on the 16 as they make their way through the final couple of corners, as Archie Forber in the 15 behind Olivier Piccola in the 16, as they make their way through paddock and onto the start-finish straight to start lap number 2. Sebastian Dew leads from Alexander De Benedictis. Olivier Piccola up into 3rd position. So it's been an excellent start for Piccola, who, well, actually Piccola started in 4th. Still a good start. Up into 3rd position now is Piccola, and he's been able to pull a little bit of a gap over Archie Forber. Sam Lewis is your bigger loser, who drops down into 5th position, having started in 3rd place, or was in 3rd place coming over the line. Started this race in 2nd position, did Sam Lewis. So Sam Lewis, who leads the championship, will need to work his way back up through the order. Doesn't have any drop scores available to him due to missing 2 events already this year. So Sam Lewis needs to make sure every single result counts. He can't afford any bad heats or any bad finals. That is a nice move up the inside from the 371 Bailey Brooker on the inside of Sam Lewis into Christmas corner. You can already see the gap that he's been able to pull out through Inkermans, down through Ashby. Bailey Brooker will now be on the hunt for Archie Forber up ahead, as Olivier Piccola has a mechanical flag. The driver in 3rd position. Can we catch Piccola's car? Is it going to be a rear bumper hanging off? We've seen that with a few other drivers. There is the 16 at the front of this quartet of karts making their way through paddock and onto the start-finish straight. There is Piccola. He will see the mechanical flag. Now, I can't see the rear bumper hanging off. I wonder if there's something else going on with Olivier Piccola, who is also closing in onto De Benedictis. And there is Piccola backing off, letting the drivers ahead through. Oh dear, Olivier Piccola, who was having he had a great qualifying session. He was 10th in the championship. Looking at his best heat result of the year was Piccola. His current best result of the year was a P8, and Piccola was on for P3. Well, commiserations to Olivier Piccola. Hopefully we see him back fighting hard in heat number 2. But that is absolutely devastating for Olivier. And there he is into the pits. Now, what is going on with Piccola's kart? I think that might be a right bumper, a right side pod that's a little bit loose. Couldn't quite tell, but gut-wrenching for Piccola, to say the least. So, Dew leads, and there is Sam Lewis in 2nd, 2.5 seconds behind. Then it's an almighty battle going on here. I think that's for P10, potentially, being led by William Omar in P7. Could be wrong, we'll double check that. That is the 67 of Oliver Meek. So it is indeed it's Harry Wright at the front of this train in the 205, who has been overtaken, I believe, by George Mayle. So there goes Meek up the inside of, is that Jones? He's got Harry Wright now in front of him. So Jack Stewart up into 6th place. Well, Jack Stewart is having a drive and a half, because if I remember correctly, Jack Stewart was starting right down the order. Jack Stewart started this race in 19th position and is up into P6. Well, that is a drive and a half from Jack Stewart, who is 12th in the championship. He's had a best result this season of P8 in an A final. But otherwise, he's been consistently finishing outside of the top 10. Jack Stewart, I don't know what he's had for breakfast, but whatever it is, can I have some of that as well, please? Because Jack Stewart is driving the wheels of his go-kart by far his best drive of the season, at least from what the stats say. But Sebastian Dew leading by less than 2 seconds from Sam Lewis. Sam Lewis is on the hunt. He's taken 3 tenths out of Sebastian Dew on that last lap. Jack Stewart up into P6, no drops down to P7, as Buckingham is into P6, as the timing is having a bit of a moment. William Omar has jumped up to P7 now. Jack Stewart is down in P8. And we'll keep an eye on what the lap times are looking like. The last time around a 46.7 for Stewart, so it wasn't a quick lap for Stewart. I wonder if there was a little bit of bumping and barging, as potentially himself and William Omar were battling for P7. You see the number 18 of Finley Allen now looking at the inside of Harry Wright, heading into the boot. Little hop, skip and a jump over the curbs into the final sequence of corners. 1.3 seconds, the gap at the front of the field. Sam Lewis is in hot pursuit of Sebastian Dew. Sebastian Dew looking for his first heat win since round number 3, which ironically is when Sam Lewis also had his last win, but that was a win in the finals. Sam Lewis has actually only won a singular heat this year. 1 heat win, 1 final win for Sam Lewis over the 3 events that Lewis has participated in. See the 67 of Oliver Meek ahead of the 57, that's Jack Stewart. So Jack Stewart has dropped down into P9. So the fast starting Jack Stewart is now the slowly dropping Jack Stewart. He's gone from 7th to 8th down to 9th. We'll see whether Stewart can try to work his way back up through the order, as I think there's something going on with Buckingham and Omar's transponder, because it doesn't seem to register and then they get whacked back up into P6 and P7. There's only a few tenths separating them, but at the front of the field, 8 tenths between Dew and Lewis. Lewis has taken half a second out of Dew on that last lap. There is De Benedictis, who is about half a second behind for a couple of hundredths ahead of Brooker when they came over the line. So Bailey Brooker in P5. Bailey Brooker's best result this season has been a P3. Was actually at the last event this year, so Bailey Brooker almost on course to match that best performance. But De Benedictis is having a fantastic run at the moment. Late send up the inside from Bailey Brooker. De Benedictis slams the door shut and says to Bailey, if you're going to go for that move, you've got to get up my inside a little bit earlier than that, mate. Lewis is now 6 tenths behind you. Another fastest lap of the race for Sam Lewis. Taking another 2.5 tenths out of Sebastian Dew. This race might very well come down to the last lap of the race. And I think Sam Lewis is now in a position where he's going to be gaining a little bit of slipstream from Sebastian Dew. But Bailey Brooker surely is going to be looking to line up a move at the end of this straight. Right on the back of De Benedictis, who will go defensive. Brooker looking to the outside. Now just trying to open up that left kink through the right kink of Inkermans. Again, defensive from Benedictis. Looking to the outside is Bailey Brooker. De Benedictis covering off the lines really well. Doesn't cover off that line though, because up the inside it goes Bailey Brooker into Wilkins, but straight back up the inside goes De Benedictis. Excellent racing between the pair of them. Well, De Benedictis left the door open, and it was almost as if to say thank you. Brooker left the door back open heading into Ozier's. De Benedictis said, well, don't mind if I do. Now here is Sam Lewis, the driver, who got hung out to dry through the crook on the opening lap of this race. Has had to work hard to close in onto Sebastian Dew. 3 laps remaining in this race. And while straight up the inside at the earliest opportunity goes Sam Lewis to take the lead of this race. Now Sebastian Dew can follow in the footsteps of Sam Lewis. Maybe find a little bit of pace behind Lewis. But the main important thing is, for Sam Lewis, can they stay within touching distance? And looking at the gap that Sam Lewis has already stretched, I'd hazard that the answer to that is no. And Sam Lewis looks set to pick up his 2nd heat win of the season. And a very important heat win as well to extend his lead in the championship over Oliver Meek. Oliver Meek, who is down in P7. And I know he's just moved up to P6, but Omar's going to jump back up, as will Buckingham. So Buckingham has dropped down to P8, so Oliver Meek looking at potentially P7, P6. Second in the championship is Oliver Meek, and is going to lose a bunch of points to Sam Lewis, which is great news for Sam Lewis in his championship bids. Lewis is going to round the final couple of corners to start the last lap of this race. Lap number 14. He's already pulled a 7/10 gap. Another 45 for Sam Lewis. Pulled nearly 4/10 of a second. There is Meek behind Omar as they head through Oblivion and through the crook a little bit sideways almost. For Omar, he goes defensive. Just sitting behind is Oliver Meek, waiting, searching for that opportunity. As they go through increments, surely Omar will go defensive. Indeed he does. Looking to the outside is Oliver Meek, giving the point forward, but it's the last lap of the race. I don't know what working together you're going to do. William Omar rather sensibly goes defensive down into Ozier's. As over the line comes Sam Lewis to take an excellent key victory ahead of Sebastian Hugh. Archie Forber is going to come over the line in second. And is that Brooker? No, sorry, that's Omar, who is going to win the run to the line. I'm not sure, it was very close, but Bailey Brooker takes P4 ahead of Di Benedictis. So Brooker in the end wins that battle against Di Benedictis. Omar beating Meek by 1/10 of a second. Then it's Buckingham in 8th, Jack Stewart in 9th. Still a very good result for Jack Stewart, P9, matching his personal best heat result of the year. Finley Allen in P10 ahead of George Nail. Then it's Harry Wright in P12 ahead of Josh Jones. John O'Donnell in 14th, Isabel Banks in 15th, Nihal Joy in 16th. Then it's Toby Percival and Olivier Piccola, who sadly had to retire from this race with a mechanical issue. But I'm sure we'll see Olivier Piccola fighting back in the next race today. But that brings an end to our Senior X30 race. Next up is going to be our Junior X30s. So we are pretty much ready to go then for our Junior X30 race, and we'll be running you through the grid. Oh, pardon me. I know how to speak. The grid order in a couple of moments' time. And we'll go through some of the championship permutations as well that are on offer today. So your starting grid, Finley Hines is on pole with Max Mason alongside Nathaniel Hodges, and Molly Meisen are on row 2. Theo Thomas and Jacob Nairn make up row 3. Exton Cook and Logan Baker are on row 4, with Jaden Lamb completing our 9-kart field. Finley Hines is your championship leader as well, and if he can gain 36 points over Max Mason today, he will take the championship. However, and a big how in the weather, Max Mason, in his last 2 events, has won 5 of the 6 races. The one race that he didn't win, he came second behind Finley Hines. So Max Mason is in flying form right now, but it was Finley Hines who put it on pole by 0.2 of a second over Max Mason. This is going to be an epic battle. Taking 36 points over someone is possible. It's going to be very hard for Finley Hines to do that. He'll essentially need Max Mason to have, well, a DNF or something. Also, let's not forget Nathaniel Hodges is also 2 points behind Max Mason in the championship, and he's starting in 3rd. So your top 3 in the championship are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in that order as well. Well, we'll see what Hodges can do from 3rd, because on the inside of the grid, you do have that slight advantage. There's the number 93 in the black suit. That kind of full green helmet, that's the 71 of Max Mason. who, in terms of momentum in the championship, has the most. And then we'll see what Molly Meisen can do, if she can play spoiler to these top three. Well, first and third get the best getaway as expected. But Mason's going to get a good run coming out of the crook, and now has the inside on the run up towards turn 2. So Max Mason reclaims second position. The race leader is Finley Hines, and he has already been able to stretch out a lead over the duo behind him as they jump onto the brakes for the first time down the hill into Ashby Corner, one of the trickiest braking spots on the circuit, as the track just continues to run away from you going down the hill. Molly Meisen has been able to pick up a little bit of a lead to the driver behind, which I believe is Theo Thomas, who started this race in P5. We will confirm that once they come over the line, but Finley Hines will be more than happy with how this race has started. See the 25 of Jacob Nairn in P5. It is indeed Theo Thomas who is in P5, ahead of Jacob Nairn in the 25 kart. Now Max Mason was 7/10 down, but it looks visibly to me that he's at the very least holding that gap to Finley Hines compared to what the gap between these two karts were midway through the opening lap of this race. So Hines from Mason from Hodges as they make their way down through Oziers once again. And the field has already started to spread out in this Junior X30 opening heat of the day. I think Hodges just starting to get dropped a little bit by Max Mason, so 7/10 was the gap at the front of the field, is now down to half a second. Max Mason with the fastest lap of the race, but Nathaniel Hodges definitely dropping back now over a second behind Finley Hines. So this is setting up to be a two-horse race between Hines and Mason, but as the leading two will inevitably start squabbling, that might bring Hodges back into play, maybe even the likes of Meisen and Thomas for this race lead and this heat victory. Onto the straight they go then, into the boot. As there you can see Nathaniel Hodges in the 93. The classic hop, skip and jump through the final couple of corners, and Max Mason takes another few hundredths out of Finley Hines. Finley Hines, let's look over the shoulder. Yes, Finley. Max is starting to reel you in. However, for now, Max doesn't, or sorry, not Max, Finley doesn't need to defend just yet. Visibly, you can see that gap continuing to come down. They just run on that curb on the exit out of Oziers. Now into the boot, fully over that curb. And then try to set yourself up, keep it nice and tight to the right. Open up the chicane and into paddock. And the gap is now under 0.3 of a second. Mason's too far back to go for a move into Christmas Corner this time around, but is almost within touching distance of Finley Hines as they get on the power coming out of Christmas Corner through Inkermans down into Ashby. Now Nathaniel Hodges seems to be keeping the gap to Finley Hines. It's 1.2 seconds. Last time round, Nathaniel Hodges matched the pace of Max Mason 100 slower. So don't count Nathaniel Hodges out of this race. Maybe just took him slightly longer to get his tyres up to temp. And you do get in some of these faster series. I've never raced in them, but having spoken to drivers, they do mention how you have to look after your tyres sometimes, not just for the heat, but also to make sure they're in good conditions for the final. So maybe Nathaniel Hodges just trying to play it a little bit easier on his tyres. Might be running slightly lower pressures. And Max Mason is firmly onto the back of Finley Hines. And you can sound the bell to start the round of fighting. A round of fighting that will be lasting for a good 6 minutes. But at the moment, it looks like while Mason is quicker, Finley Hines just seems to be able to pull enough of a gap coming out of some of the corners that Mason is too far back to really send one up the inside on to the straight. But Max Mason does have plenty of time to get a good feel of where he's quicker than Finley, where he's slower, and try to set up an overtake in the remaining 8 or so laps of this race. The main overtaking spot is here into Christmas Corner, but Finley Hines needs to get a really good run through Oblivion and the Crook, which makes it that little bit more difficult for Max Mason to get a good overtaking opportunity as into the pits comes the 23 of Exton Cook. So Exton Cook is going to be retiring from this race, the driver who's 10th place in the championship. Now, Nathaniel Hodges was 1.1 seconds behind Finley Hines at the start of this lap. He did have the fast lap of the race, but that gap is definitely over a second now. And I think it might even be 1.3 seconds. Max Mason seems to be closer than he was on previous laps, but just a little bit too far behind to go for the send into Christmas once again. Gets a good run out of Christmas, maybe down into Ashby, he can go for it, and indeed he will. Max Mason, that was his first real opportunity to go for an overtake on Finley. Goes straight for it. Finley straight back up the inside, heading into Wilkins, and now we'll go defensive heading into Oziers. That's going to give Max Mason the opportunity to open up Oziers, and there's a little finger wag forward. Finley Hines does not believe that one bit and goes defensive into the boot. Great switchback though from Max Mason. However, Finley Hines hangs on to the position heading into paddock and the bus stop. Look over the shoulder and they will see Nathaniel Hodges closing in. He's still a second behind these two. Nose to tail, door slam shut through Fine Lady, and Hines will cover the inside. Mason forced to look at the outside, tries to get the run coming out of Christmas Corner through Inkermans. He's too far back to go for the move. However, Finley Hines doesn't think that. Oh, what has happened to Nathaniel Hodges? He's dropped really far back. Never mind that. Hines and Mason still side by side. Mason in the full green helmet gets a good run out of Wilkins up the inside into Oziers. Takes the lead of the race. Is there any way back for Finley Hines? Mason will go defensive on the run towards the boot, and Hines will have to look to get the switch back. And that looks to be Nathaniel Hodges, who has retired from this race. His car has come to a stop on the main straight. The run towards Christmas Corner. So Mason leads from Hines, and Molly Miser moves up into third position. Well, that almost takes Nathaniel Hodges out of the championship fight. I mean, yes, he has a drop score available to him, but Finley Hines is going to have a much larger championship cushion, as will Max Mason. Nathaniel Hodges didn't have a good set of results in the opening 2 race weekends of the year, so Hodges could not afford a bad result. And this is going to count as a bad result, unfortunately, for Nathaniel Hodges. Although with Exton Cook having already had a DNF, Nathaniel Hodges will at the very least pick up a P8, which is not the worst set of points to ever exist. However, he does lose about 25 points in the championship to the likes of Mason and Hines. Mason, who goes a little bit wide on the exit of Christmas, goes defensive now on the run towards Christmas. And again, there's a little bit of contact between Mason and Hines, as Hines just tries to pile as much pressure as he can on to Max Mason. Still a way to go in this race. And the door is open. Finley Hines, don't mind if I do. And Max Mason says, well, I'll just take the switch back and go straight back up the inside on the exit of Wilkins. Up the inside into Oziers. And Hines now just having a look behind. Oh, that would have been a bold overtake if he had done it in between the left and right of the boot. Oh, there is water. There is definitely water now. There's a bit of water onto the tyres of Max Mason, just sitting in that rumble strip curve on the exit of the final corner. Mason goes defensive on the run up towards Christmas. Hines to the outside, look, he's closing in. Molly Miser might have a shout at picking up the win in this race as well. Mason continues to go defensive. Hines again trying to open up the corner and unable to do so. Still defensive from Max Mason as Hines looks to the outside, and there is Miser now firmly part of this battle. Molly Miser, I think this is her first round of the year in WMKC. We'll see how she is able to perform, but P3 on her debut showing would not be bad. Penultimate lap of the race now underway, being led by Maxwell Mason from Finley Hines. Then comes Molly Miser. Mason's had the better of Hines so far in this race. He defends when he needs to, and he gets the switchback when he needs to. Then Hines looks for the move. Mason just slams the door shut. Says try again later, and Hines says okay, how about here into Ashby corner, goes up the inside, parks it on the apex, makes the move a stick. And now Max Mason looking to the outside through Wilkins, looks to the inside into Oziers, but Finley Hines covers him off. And Finley Hines is going to be leading heading onto the last lap of the race. Mason looks to the outside to open up the boot as much as possible. Finley Hines knows exactly where to place his car through this final sequence of corners. One more lap to go. These two have driven fantastically together. It's been really good, respectful racing and entertaining as well. And almost Max Mason got the drive coming up the hill, but he got his front just chopped off. Hines said there is no way you're pulling up alongside on the run towards Christmas corner. And Mason is forced to sit behind. Hines will of course go defensive into Ashby. Mason tries to open up the corner. Meisen just sitting behind, just waiting for something to happen between these two. And Hines continues to cover off the inside, leaves a small gap for Mason. And Mason decides that that gap is not big enough. Hines, this is the final real overtaking opportunity. Mason going to swing around the outside. What a move from Max Mason! And through goes Molly Meisen. We said Molly was being patient. We said Molly was waiting for a door to open, and it certainly did. Molly Meisen takes the checkered flag. Max Mason, that was an exceptional overtake around the outside. However, he just got a wheel onto the grass, lost grip, and well, Finley Hines was squeezing him into the right, and the two of them just ended up running each other off. Molly Meisen takes the heat when Max Mason takes second. Most importantly for Max, though, is he's gaining championship points on Finley Hines. So Max Mason will see that as an overall victory as far as the championship goes. Finley Hines in third, Theo Thomas in fourth, Jacob Nairn in fifth. Here comes Logan Baker in sixth position with Jayden Lamb behind him, your highest placed novice, I believe. And Nathaniel Hodges and Exton Cook are your two DNF results. So Nathaniel Hodges will be glad to see that Mason and Hines weren't first and second. There's a bit of inspection on the front bumpers. I think it's the side bumpers that came into contact between those two, but that brings a really, really good Junior X30 race to a close. Fantastic battling between your two championship leaders. And up next is going to be your Rotax Inters. So the Rotax Inters, also known as the Mini Maxes, will be taking to the grid very shortly. It's a big lead in the championship for Achille Nane Janone, ahead of Flynn Grantham. Will be running you through the grid order in a couple of moments' time for this opening heat of the race for our Mini Maxes. And it is a very interesting grid as well. Not what you'd expect considering the championship standings, and a very big grid for the sixth round of the WMKC Championship. It is important to note as well that due to drop scores and the likes, Achille cannot win the championship today. Can just extend their championship lead, but it is Flynn Grantham, the driver in second in the championship, who will be starting on pole with Ethan Lloyd alongside Alfie Philipson in third ahead of Ethan Coupland in fourth. Will Eden in fifth ahead of Noah Wicklow in P6. Charlie Heffer starts in seventh ahead of Marley Fisher. Achille Nane Janone in ninth, struggling in those wet conditions yesterday. Eli Owen in 10th ahead of Thomas Laidler in 11th, with Arthur Kaiser completing row 6th. Hamish Gordon in P13 ahead of Adam Batt in 14th, Arian Rigg in 15th ahead of Santiago Simeone in 16th, Seiki Komatsu in P17 ahead of Preston Howard in P18. On row 10 completing your top 20 is Lenny Dorrington and Aubrey Harrington Evans. Rio Panayotu in 21st ahead of Jude Story in 22nd, Frank Morris in 23rd ahead of Dago Thor Sigurdsson in 24th position. Aurelia Simpson is in 25th ahead of Emrys Perring in 26th. 27th sees Oliver Stonebrook line up alongside Billy Grommet. Then it's Leo Wones ahead of Jake Hansford in 30th position. Harry Carthy and William Gillick complete your 32 kart field. I will say from my notes, I think Oliver Stonebrook is your highest placed novice for this race. So, Flynn Grantham on pole, Achille Janone down the order in P9. Has a lot of work to do, does Janone, but Grantham and Lloyd in the wet were on another level. Grantham was nearly 2/10 quicker than Lloyd, who in turn was 4/10 quicker than Philipson. That was their pace in the wet conditions. In the dry conditions, well, we are going to have to wait and see. Ethan Lloyd, it is his first WMKC event of the year. Another driver to watch out for, Alfie Philipson, starting in third. It's his third event of the year. He's had a P2 in a heat before. He's had P3 in a final before. Can he maybe pick up his first heat win, or indeed his first event win of the year? Will Eden, who starts 5th in this race, is 4th in the championship, has not had a podium in any of his heats or indeed finals. He picked up a couple of 4th place results and a couple of 5ths as well. Can he go one better today? Noah Wicklow, 3rd in the championship, starting down in P6. But the main driver to watch out for has to be your championship leader, Achille Janone, starting from P9, row 5 of the field. It's going to be an interesting race, and Flynn Grantham is going to be hoping just to pull clear. But as we said before, the conditions are very different today to what they were yesterday. Not even a case of some drivers being better than others in the wet. It could just be a case of some drivers nailing the setup for the wet, while other drivers potentially might have struggled. So, on the left-hand side of your picture, that's the 166 of Ethan Lloyd in the black kart. The white and blue, that's the 26 of Flynn Grantham. There's Ethan Lloyd directly behind him. We are green and we are racing. And immediately opening up the corner is Flynn Grantham, and dropping down a couple of positions is Ethan Lloyd. So Ethan Lloyd from 2nd drops down to about 5th position, I believe. Just about covers off a move going up his inside into Christmas corner. But a good start then, and your top 3 have a small gap to the rest of the field as they head through Ashby corner. There is a very nice move coming off the exit of Wilkins as the 166 of Ethan Lloyd, I think, reclaims a position or potentially holds on to a position. And right behind him is the 53, that's Noah Wicklow, who is going to try to follow Ethan Lloyd up through the field. And then just behind them is Achille Janone in the white, blue and red kart. The orange and yellow helmet is Grantham, who leads from Will Eden. Then is Alfie Philipson in 3rd. So good start for Eden, as there goes Janone trying to go up the inside of Wicklow. Unable to make the move work. Will now try to get the run down towards the Ashby corner, and indeed does so. Goes up the inside, and Thomas Laidler is going to follow through. Thomas Laidler, a driver who's been very impressive this year. And last round actually did quite well. Actually, last round Laidler struggled a bit, but the round before finished P3 in the A final. And we know that Laidler's got some good pace under him. And there is Marley Fisher in the 81, trying to follow Laidler along, but Noah Wicklow dropping down the order somewhat. So, as we come over the line, Grantham leads from Eden, then it's Philipson, Heffer. Oh, big off! Big off in the background through the crook. The yellow flag is out, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get a full course yellow, because that looked to be a shunt and a half. I don't know who it was. We'll update you as soon as we can, but hopefully the driver is okay. And there is a marshal attending the driver. The driver looks to be all right, looks to be stepping out of the cart, which is the main thing. But I just saw in the corner of the shot, going through the crook, one driver just going straight on. So it is Grantham who leads from Eden, then it's Philipson, Charlie Heffer in 4th ahead of Lloyd, Janone up into 6th place, and it's Laidler, Fisher, Wicklow and Butt. Eli Owen has dropped down a bit to P11, Laidler now up into P6, so Thomas Laidler having a good heat so far. Thomas Laidler, who started this race in P11. Flynn Grantham having to defend from Will Eden. Will Eden looking at their first podium of the season in a heat. As the 88 comes into, not the pits, comes to a stop at the final corner. Now that is an odd place to bring the car to a stop. I wonder if they just had a mechanical after they passed the pit entry. There is going to be a yellow flag waving into that final corner, actually through the entire final section. So Grantham has Eden all over his rear end. And there is another off, that's the 58 of Preston Howard. So bad news for Preston, who had actually started this race down in 18th. He'd gained 5 positions. So here is Grantham with Eden behind for not much longer, because Eden sends it up the inside of Grantham, takes the lead of this race, and for a driver who hadn't finished top 3 in a single race this year is now looking at a first ever heat victory. Following through was Alfie Phillipson as well, another driver who is looking to pull off something special today. He's had a second best, as there is a stop car. That was the 56, I think. That's a very odd place to have the car stopped right on the apex of Osiers. So hopefully that car gets moved lickety-split, because that could be a nasty accident waiting to happen. In the background you can see Ethan Lloyd. He's fought his way back up to 5th, and he's got Laidler, Fisher, Janano, Wicklow back behind him. Noah Wicklow has gained a few positions back up into the top 10. And have a look at Ethan Lloyd defending as much as he can. Ascending it round the outside is the 81 of Marley Fisher. So Marley Fisher gains a position. And Janone, I think, just trying to discourage Wicklow from going up the inside. Wide goes Lloyd, but Lloyd still has the inside line. Has to be careful, got a driver up his inside. That's the 97 of Thomas Laidler. Laidler goes through, Fisher goes through as well. Janone not able to go through. So a couple of positions gained. Thomas Laidler up into P5. This would be a good result for Thomas Laidler, who started this race in P11. And Achille Nana up into P7, has overtaken Ethan Lloyd through the final couple of corners. And now Lloyd coming under pressure from Noah Wicklow. So Ethan Lloyd, who was rapid in the wet conditions, not quite able to convert that pace in the dry of Sunday's racing. 7/10 is the gap at the front of the field. Will Eden stretching out a big lead at the front of the field. Flynn Grantham a further couple of tenths behind. So Wicklow searches for a way through, looks up the inside, but has the door shut by Ethan Lloyd. Has a look over his shoulder as they jump onto the brakes into the boot. I do feel that with the introduction of the bus stop chicane, the boot should get renamed to Stiletto. So I think it looks more like a stiletto now on the track map because of that slight indentation. Adam Batt is closing into this battle for P8, being led by Ethan Lloyd, as again Wicklow looks to the outside, bit of contact on the apex of Christmas corner of your screen. You can see Will Eden pulling out a big lead to Alfie Phillipson. This is a really good drive from Will Eden, who, as we mentioned, has never been on the podium this year. So Will Eden looking at their first ever heat victory. Nice move up the inside by Wicklow. And Ethan Lloyd has to be careful not to run into Adam Batt as he rejoins the circuit. Batt is able to gain the position. So Adam Batt up into P9. Ethan Lloyd drops down to P10. He tries to fight Adam Batt, tries to get the run coming out of paddock. But Thomas Laidler is gapping the group behind him in P5 as he tries to hunt down Charlie Heffer. Laidler took 3/10 out of Heffer on that last lap. He's the quickest driver on circuit with the exception of Will Eden. Will Eden is, well, 3/10 a lap quicker than anyone else on circuit. That is a nice move by the 26 on the 12. That's Flynn Grantham reclaiming second position on Alfie Phillipson. Flynn Grantham needs every point he can over Achille Nanajanone. He's already, well, mathematically he can win the championship, but it is a very, very tall order for Flynn Grantham to close in what is a 50-point deficit. But the only way to do it is by picking up those little points as often as he can. And hoping Janone struggles. This is not done just yet for Grantham. Philipson is still hot on his heels. Keep your eyes out as well for Heffer and Laidler, because if these two battle, there is a chance that those two could potentially close in. Good attempt from Alfie Philipson, who tries to send it up the inside of the boot. That is well held by Flynn Grantham. Start a new lap. Let's see what the pace is looking like. 49.9 for these two. Laidler further back, 49.4. I think Thomas Laidler is going to be able to have a good crack at Charlie Heffer, potentially on the last lap of this race. Grantham goes defensive. Philipson looks to the outside. There is Heffer, there is Laidler. They are closing in. I think Laidler could finish second in this race. And the more these two battle, the more likely it becomes. Flynn Grantham just about covers off the inside. Philipson sweeps to the outside to open up the entry into the boot. So head through the bus stop and through paddock. Let's look at what the lap times are like. Last time it was a 49.9. This time it's a 50.6. 49.8 for Heffer, 49.5 for Laidler. These four are all going to come together. We've got 2 laps remaining in this race. Another couple of slow laps like that. There goes the move up the inside from Philipson, heading into Ashby Corner. Has he made the move work? I think he has. So it is Alfie Philipson now ahead of Flynn Grantham, and he's got a bit of a gap as well. Now he's going to get stuck, is he? No, he sends it up the inside into the boot. That is a critical lapping overtake for Alfie Philipson, because Flynn Grantham is going to get stuck behind the back marker as we start the penultimate lap of the race. Charlie Heffer has been able to close in onto Flynn Grantham as a result of this. Thomas Laidler not far behind, less than a second behind this battle for P3. I think Alfie Philipson has secured P2. He might have to buy whoever that was a Capri Sun as a little thank you present. Otherwise, I think those two of Philipson and Grantham would still be battling right now. And there is Philipson. Sorry, no, that's the 64 Will Eden, your race leader, on the penultimate lap of the race. You see the 45 and 180 rounding the final couple of corners. We are on to the final lap of this race. Trying to figure out where Grantham, Heffer and Laidler are. Grantham's dropped down to P5, so Charlie Heffer is up into P3, Laidler is up into P4. Flynn Grantham, it's disaster for him in his championship bid to hunt down Janone, because now he's only 1 position ahead of his championship rival. There is Will Eden with a 4-second plus lead to the drivers behind. Now Noah Wicklow is not going to lose that many points to Flynn Grantham. Wicklow is 3rd in the championship. Will Eden, who's 4th in the championship, might jump ahead of Flynn Grantham. So this is really, really good for Will Eden. Super, super impressive drive. He cheers over the line, and so he should. Now, is it going to be Philipson? It will be Philipson in second. Will it be Heffer or Laidler in third? Heffer beats Laidler by 1/10 of a second. One more lap, and Laidler might have had a podium. Grantham in 5th ahead of Janone in 6th. Then it's Marley Fisher, Noah Wicklow in 8th, Adam Bach up to 9th, Ethan Lloyd in P10. Then it's Panayotto in 11th ahead of Hamish Gordon in 12th. Aaron Rigg in 13th ahead of Lenny Dorrington. Jude Story in 15th ahead of Aubrey Harrington Evans. Arthur Kaiser in 17th ahead of Dago Thor Sigurdsson. Aurelia Simpson and Eli Owen completing the top 20. Frank Morris in 21st ahead of Santiago Simeone in 22nd. Then it's Seiki Komatsu in 23rd ahead of Jake Hansford. Oliver Stonebrook is your highest placed novice in 25th ahead of Harry Carthy. Then it's William Gillick, Leo Wones, Billy Gromit in 29th place. And then Preston Howard, Ethan Copeland and Emrys Perring are your DNFs in this race. Well, that brings our mini-maxes to a close. Next up will be our Honda Cadets. So our first Honda Cadet race of the day will be getting underway shortly. And as usual, we will run you through the grid and the championship implications. Sawyer Henderson starts on pole ahead of Archie Cannon. Oliver Ratton and Bradley Sutton are on row 2. Then it's Callum Ryan and Cian Doherty on row 3. Jesse Bailey starts in 7th ahead of Jensen Kula. Then comes Finn Hollis and Archie Edgar. Krish Doshi in 11th ahead of Max Skilton in P12. Freddie Williams starts in 13th ahead of Reggie Carver in 14th. Eric Griebeck starts in 15th ahead of Jack Smith. Then comes Finley Thursfield and Fraser Messer on row 9. Louis Dawson and Felix Finn start on row 10 ahead of Teddy Morton. Sorry, it's Eric Jebeck, pardon me. Now we're going to be getting these drivers onto the grid very, very shortly. So, in terms of the championship for this event, well, it is looking rather tasty. Oliver Ratton leads the championship. He's starting this race in P3. He's 11 points ahead of Cian Doherty, who is starting in P6. However, Sawyer Henderson, Archie Cannon making their, I think their debut appearances, actually their second WMKC event of the year. They were both racing in round number 2 of the season, where Sawyer Henderson finished 2nd in the A final. Archie Cannon finished 3rd in the A final. Sawyer with a 2nd and a 1st in the heats. We'll see how they perform today. Another driver to watch out for, Callum Ryan. Callum Ryan in the last round of the championship. His heat result 2nd and a 1st. His final result, a win. How can Callum Ryan perform today? Callum Ryan is 6th place in the championship, only a couple of points behind Archie Edgar, and has a good chance of gaining some big points over the likes of Oliver Vickers, who isn't here today. Maybe can gain some big points over the likes of Jesse Bailey and Cian Doherty as well. But with a close championship, the likes of Sawyer Henderson, Archie Cannon are going to potentially just make things a little bit more difficult. But it does mean that if you have a good result with those two present here today, it means you can gain those extra few points over your championship rivals. We've had a couple of clean sweeps this year, one being Oliver Ratton, round 4 of the championship, the other being Oliver Vickers. Jesse Bailey and Callum Ryan came close in round number 5. Jesse Bailey with a 1st, 2nd and 2nd in the heats and the finals respectively. Callum Ryan with a 2nd, 1st and 1st in the finals. Standing start for our Honda Cadets. I see Murray Adams signalling to Archie Cannon, who runs in the Apollo kart. I see Archie Cannon, son of former British TKM champion Ryan Cannon, very quick driver. Green flag being waved at the back, which means we are ready to go racing. Sawyer Henderson, Archie Cannon on the front row of the grid. 5-second board is shown, and it will be eyes to the lights. Who has the quickest of reactions? Green, and away we go. It's a good start from your pole sitter, Sawyer Henderson, who will lead Archie Cannon into turn number 1, and tucking in into third position is going to be the number 22 of Oliver Ratton. Everyone makes their way through the opening couple of corners nice and cleanly, and it's an ultra defensive line from the entire field heading into Christmas Corner, but it does look like it's a four-way battle at the front of the field. The top four have been able to stretch a small gap to the drivers behind. Someone looking round the outside, that'd be an audacious move and a half. However, I think Archie Cannon able to hold off the move, but not for long, because there is a number 5 on the inside. So Archie Cannon having to defend on the run into Wilkins. Now has a 53 poking up the inside through Ozier's. But Archie Cannon holds on to second. Look over the shoulder from Sawyer Henderson. There's Oliver Ratton and Bradley Sutton really desperately trying to work their way up into second position. And all of that has allowed Sawyer Henderson to pull out a bit of an advantage. There's one car going completely sideways as they land onto the circuit through that bus stop chicane. So it's Sawyer Henderson leading from Archie Cannon, Bradley Sutton up into P3. So a great start from Sutton. Here goes Archie Cannon up the inside of Sawyer Henderson. Great move, and takes the lead of the race from Sawyer Henderson. Bradley Sutton now right behind. Then comes Oliver Ratton, your championship leader, down in P4. For a second I thought Sawyer Henderson was going to send it straight back up the inside of Archie Cannon. I think maybe just somewhat dissuading Bradley Sutton from going for an overtake down into Ashby Corner. But it is Cannon who lead from Henderson. Then comes Sutton and Ratton. Ratton trying to have a go up the inside of the 53 of Bradley Sutton. Sutton slams the door shut, in the top two have been able to pull away from the duo behind, who continue to battle. Oliver Ratton tries to go up the inside. He tries to go up the inside again. They're still side by side heading into the bus stop chicane. And it is Bradley Sutton who will hold on to the position while the four-way battle for the lead has become a two-way battle. Side by side, heading into oblivion. The driver on the outside is Oliver Ratton. He now has the inside for the crook. He runs a little bit wide. That's going to open up the door. Bradley Sutton goes up the inside on the run towards Christmas Corner, and he's got a stream of about 5 carts who are going to go up the inside, and actually he's going to lose the position through on both of them. I think that's Callum Ryan who gains a number of positions. Never mind, Bradley Sutton on the outside line is able to carry the momentum through Christmas Corner, and it is all going absolutely chaotic in the battle for P3. But it is Bradley Sutton who is up into P3 most critically, and who is in P4, I'm not entirely sure. We'll find out when they come over the line. We might be able to find out a little bit earlier, because I think that's a 22 of Oliver Ratton who is in P4. Well, maybe now Ratton and Sutton are going to have time to call a truce and say, you see Archie Cannon and Sawyer Henderson, well, they've made their way up to another circuit in a different postcode, so maybe we should work together a bit and try to hunt down this 1.5 second deficit that the pair of them have to Archie Cannon and Henderson. Archie Cannon having just put in the fast lap of the race, but that fast lap is not enough to dissuade Sawyer Henderson, who practically matches the lap time that Archie Cannon had just been able to do. It's only a 10th separating their laps, as there up the inside goes Oliver Ratton, who could not care one bit about catching up to the two ahead. He's just thinking about getting P3 and making sure he is in front of everyone behind him. And to be honest, he might start thinking he's in first place soon with how far up the other two drivers are. He might not see anyone in front of him and think, oh, well, I've pretty much won this race, haven't I? Oliver Ratton, though, is driving a really good battle, and it is an excellent battle to watch between himself and Bradley Sutton. So 2/10 was the gap between Cannon and Henderson when they came over the line last time round. Now it's half a second. Ratton a further 2 seconds behind, ahead of Bradley Sutton. Then comes Callum Ryan, Cian Doherty, Jensen Kula, Jesse Bailey, Archie Edgar, and Krish Doshi in P10. And a little bit of a calm to the storm of our Honda 200s. Momentarily, I say that, I'm sure Bradley Sutton's going to stuff one up the inside of Oliver Ratton very soon, as they make their way into Wilkins Corner. Oh, a little bit sideways that from the 15 of Jensen Kula, and it's a cooler move as he puts a beautiful move on Cian Doherty. It was completely sideways through Wilkins, and I think Doherty just thought, you know what, I might get taken out. Left the door a little bit open as a result, and Kula said, well, don't mind if I do, I'll finish off this overtake. And Jensen Kula moves up into P6. Excellent car control from Jensen Kula, and we'll see whether Kula can hunt down now Callum Ryan. But Archie Cannon is stretching out a large lead at the front of the field. Sawyer Henderson not able to stay within touching distance at this point. He just pulled 0.3 of a second over Sawyer Henderson on that last lap. And now does that look to me that Oliver Ratten and Bradley Sutton are working together? Well, I never. Ratten in the 22, Sutton in the 53, nose to tail on the way down into Ashby, and there was no defensive lines being taken. Sawyer Henderson is on their menu. Now, last time round, they were able to take 2/10 out of Sawyer Henderson. We'll see what happens this time round as Oliver Ratten navigates his way around Paddock Corner. Sawyer Henderson a second down on Archie Cannon, and, well, he's lost another 2/10 as Sawyer Henderson to Ratten and Sutton behind. Fast lap of the race picked up by Callum Ryan. So Callum Ryan, who's closing in onto Bradley Sutton and Oliver Ratten now. Callum Ryan, he might not be part of this truce between Ratten and Sutton, so he might decide, you know what, I'm quicker than the pair of you, so I'm going to make these two overtakes, hunt down Sawyer Henderson myself. So the gap between Henderson and Ratten was 1.4 seconds at the start of this last lap. Now that gap to me looks to be less than 1.4 seconds. That is bordering at just over a second, I'd guess. And we will confirm that once they all come over the line. Now, Archie Cannon, Callum Ryan are your two quickest drivers on the circuit, and by a bit of a margin as well. Archie Cannon, new fastest lap of the race, 53.3, half a second gained by Ratten on Henderson, and that gap is 1 second now. So Sutton and Ratten working together, not for much longer, because Bradley Sutton has decided now is his opportunity. He's going to go up the inside, contact between Ratten and Sutton as they battle. They're side by side. Oh, this could end really badly. It's going to go really well, though, for Callum Ryan, because he's going to gain one position. And Sawyer Henderson, if he has a look over his shoulder, will be breathing a sigh of release. Did Bradley Sutton jump the gun a little bit too early with that overtake? And has that potentially secured Sawyer Henderson second place in this heat? Sawyer Henderson's second WMKC event of the year. That is a nice move coming in from the 94. That's Cian Doherty pulling the move on the 30 of Jesse Bailey and reclaiming 7th position. Now, Oliver Ratten is only 4/10 behind Sawyer Henderson. So Ratten and Sutton have put in a very quick lap. Are they actually still working together? Maybe I've got that battle mixed up with Jensen Kula and Cian Doherty. If I did, I do apologise. But the battle for second place is definitely starting to light up. And there they are. And that is the 27 of Sawyer Henderson, who has got, well, if you had any mirrors, they would be full of Oliver Ratten's 22. Then comes Bradley Sutton and Callum Ryan. Who takes second place in this is anyone's guess. Callum Ryan is arguably the quickest of the four, but he is at the back of this quartet of karts. There he is, the 33, the driver with a blue helmet, and there is Archie Cannon disappearing out of shot in the green helmet. So Henderson and Ratten. Now Ratten is going to go for this move as early as possible, and it looks like he has decided that time is now. Here goes Ratten up the inside of Sawyer Henderson. Clean overtake. Sawyer Henderson trying to potentially go for a switchback as Ratten tries to cover off the inside through Inkermans, and he's able to cover off the move through Ashby, even though he leaves the door open. He's able to brake late enough, and that is Bradley Sutton now trying to have a go at Sawyer Henderson, who's going defensive into Ozier's, and that is now allowing Oliver Ratten to pull clear. So Oliver Ratten is more than happy with how the battle behind him is panning out. Oliver Ratten, first to dinner, eats his dinner, and is able to leave before the check arrives. But he isn't going to have to pay one bit. I think we're going to have 3 laps remaining. Archie Cannon has crossed the line with just enough time to get another lap in before the timer hits 0. Henderson goes defensive. Sutton just sits behind, so does Callum Ryan. You can already see the gap that Oliver Ratten has been able to pull off. And Oliver Ratten, your championship leader in this race. Oliver Ratten, I think, can't win the championship today, but he certainly can extend it over the likes of Cian Doherty and Jesse Bailey. Whereas Sawyer Henderson continues to pull off the defensive masterclass ahead of Bradley Sutton. Never mind, Bradley Sutton with the aggressive masterclass. Great switchback through the boot to get up the inside through the second right-hander. Sutton up to third. Now it's Callum Ryan who has to try to find a way through. Although Sawyer Henderson, he's got a good run through the final corner, not through the final corner, out of the crook. Is he going to be able to have a go? He is. He's going to go up the inside. Great move. Is that going to give an opportunity now to Callum Ryan? Callum Ryan can't pull up the outside of Bradley Sutton. He does have to sit in behind. 53.3 being set by Archie Cannon at the front of the field, putting nearly half a second to Oliver Ratton, and Oliver Ratton's in clean air as well. Archie Cannon absolutely rapid at the moment, as there is a defensive line being taken by Sawyer Henderson, who continues to defend for P3. Jensen Kula has closed in onto this battle as well. Archie Cannon has started the final lap of the race. There's Jensen Kula in the green helmet. There is a hand signal coming out from, I think that was that Callum Ryan or Bradley Sutton? I don't know what it means though. Bradley Sutton onto the back of Sawyer Henderson. He's going to go defensive. Sutton looks to the outside, gets a really nice run coming out of Christmas. They're going to be side by side. We've seen this end badly, but he's got the inside into Inkermans. Bradley Sutton pulls off the move exceptionally well. And now there's a battle going on a little bit further behind as Callum Ryan has to defend from the likes of Jensen Kula, and I think Cian Doherty as well. But there is the 53 of Bradley Sutton, now ahead of Sawyer Henderson. And that is Jensen Kula, who has gotten through on Callum Ryan. Bradley Sutton navigates his way through the final couple of corners. Archie Cannon will come over the line, cool as a cucumber, as he takes the heat victory ahead of Oliver Ratton. And then it's going to be Bradley Sutton in third ahead of Sawyer Henderson, Jensen Kula, Jesse Bailey, Cian Doherty. Callum Ryan drops down to P8 on the last lap, so disaster for Callum Ryan, who's having a really good race up until that point, up until that final lap. Archie Edgar in P9 ahead of Krish Doshi in P10. P11 is Finley Thursfield, then it's Max Skilton ahead of Louis Dawson. Eric Jebek in 14th ahead of Freddie Williams, then it's Reggie Carver in 16th. Finn Hollis in 17th ahead of Fraser Messer in 18th. Jack Smith crosses the line in P19, pardon me. I should also mention Reggie Carver, the highest placed novice. Felix Finn comes over the line in P20, with Teddy Morton being our DNFE and our one retiree of this race. Well, that brings an end to our Honda Cadet. Next up is going to be our Rotax Cadet, which is the Micromaxes taking to the grid, and the IAME Cadet. So this is our final opening heat of the day. After this race, we will be having our second set of heats. We'll be having our Junior Max Groups A and C, and then the Junior Max Groups B and D. So Micromax's championship standings very close between Caden Hanley and Caio Vieira. 4 points separating them in the standings. And qualifying was another closely contested contest. Closely contested contest? That sounds wrong to say, but I'll say it nonetheless. Vieira was, well, it was quick, but it was very, very, very close. 0.02 of a second separating your top two in qualifying. Well, starting on pole is Caio Vieira ahead of Will Rainwright. Then it's Rio Pocock ahead of Jack Gold. Hugo Senna starts in 5th ahead of Hendrik Svalat in 6th place. Then it's Benjamin Finlay ahead of Johnny Butterfield. Ottilie Simpson starts in 9th ahead of Harry Riley. Jack Reed in 11th ahead of Freddie Fullerton, who starts in P12. P13 is Teddy Shepherd ahead of Alexander Pitek. Then it's Nicodem Pitek ahead of Callum Gain. Sorry, Piotek. Alexander Piotek and Nicodem Piotek in 14th and 15th place. And that rounds out our field. So in the championship, Caden Hanley leads by 4 points over Caio Vieira. And Caden Hanley not in today's race. So this is an excellent opportunity for Vieira to leapfrog Caden in the championship. Another driver missing is Wraith Owen, who is at 3rd place in the championship. Clean swept round number 2 of the season. It was only 13 points behind Kaya Vieira. Will Wainwright, though, I don't know why that name is going to be a big tongue twister for me. I'm going to be seeing Rain White and all sorts of things, so apologies in advance, Will, and family of Will. But he is only 2 points behind Wraith Owen, 15 points behind Kaya Vieira, and he is starting alongside Kaya at the front of the field. And just a reminder as well, all of these races brought to you live on YouTube. The finals, though, will only be accessible if you are a SlipStream subscriber. Otherwise, you will be able to watch all of the finals on replay next week on Monday in 7 days' time. Or does that count as a week after next, depending on how you look at next week's when you're on a Sunday morning? So if you do want to catch the finals, do make sure you are subscribed onto SlipStream. Kaya Vieira, Will Wainwright, I said it, tongue twist, mate. Starting on the front row of the grid, the 118 and the 21. Let's just go with Will. So full neon yellow for Will, Kaya in the blue and white suit, and Pocock in full black directly behind Kaya. It will be a good start from the inside of the grid. Hugo Senna almost making his way up into 4th place. He gets a good run through the opening corner. Might be able to have a go at the top of the hill into Christmas, but it's going to be a defensive line for pretty much everyone as Wainwright tries to get the run out of Christmas corner. The top 4, almost all nose to tail, as everyone just has a little think about going for an overtake, but no one actually does, apart from the driver behind Hugo Senna, who does make the move for P5. So change for 5th position. Oh, spin! That is not looking good for Pocock, who catches the spin with an excellent 360. I think we need to get a replay of that, because that was some fantastic kart control from Rio Pocock, who then goes straight up the inside of another driver into the boot, as if that moment didn't even affect him in the slightest. Tucks in behind Hugo Senna as we come over the line to start lap number 2 of this race, but that could have ended really badly for Rio Pocock. It's his first round of WMKC 2026. And, well, it was a good start with qualifying, and now he's going up the inside of one of our Senna replica helmets. Sorry, not Hugo Senna. Hugo Senna's a little bit further up the order. That's Harry Riley that Pocock is overtaking in the 666 kart is Pocock. So Rio Pocock up into 7th position. But it is Vieira who leads from Wainwright. Then it's Hendrik Svallat in 3rd, ahead of Hugo Senna in 4th place. Benjamin Finley in 5th position. 0.8 of a second between your top 2. Will Wainwright and Kaya Vieira both fighting for the championship. Talking about 19 points separating the top 4. Hayden Hanley, who isn't here as well, may I remind everyone. So an excellent opportunity for Vieira and Wainwright to get an upper hand on them in the championship. As I have been told that we are going to catch that Pocock 360 catch in a few moments' time. Hendrik Svallat with the fast lap of the race, bringing down the deficit to Will Wainwright to just 0.4 of a second, as there goes Pocock up the inside of Johnny Butterfield. He's certainly not made this race easy for him, has Pocock, but I tell you what, if there are any sponsors out there for Rio Pocock, that is one way to get the camera action on you and to get a bit of extra sponsorship exposure, as we do have a replay of that moment. So let's see what happens here. So jumping onto the brakes then into Wilkins, Pocock just loses a back end, goes over the rear, goes over the grass, 360, masterfully caught, doesn't even bat an eyelid. And one other driver was in such awe of that Rio Pocock 360 that he spun himself just trying to watch it. I don't think that is what happened, but unfortunately for one other driver, they did drop down the order. I'm not sure who that was. It might have been Jack Gould, because Jack Gould did start this race from P4 and is now down to P13, as that is one very, well, unfortunate driver. Who is that has pulled off to the side? We'll double check once they come over the line and see who isn't crossing the line anymore. I think it's Harry Riley. So unfortunately for Harry Riley, he will not be finishing this opening heat of the race. He started this race on P10, but this finish will count as a P16. Will Wainwright closing in onto Kaya Vieira, and it's starting to pull away from Hendrix Falat. So Wainwright with a chance to gain some big points then over not just Vieira, but those other two in the championship battle as well. Going to keep an eye as well on Rio Pocock, who is now 0.7 of a second behind Hugo Senna. Hugo Senna easy enough to spot with the Ayrton Senna helmet heading through Ashby Corner now. Wainwright though really closing in onto Vieira. Those two were first and second, not in that order though, at the start of this race. There is the 25, that is Johnny Butterfield with Freddie Fullerton behind. A look over the shoulder from Butterfield. Says, you know what, I don't need to defend into the boot, I can take my racing line, and that's exactly what he does. Fullerton will have to tuck him behind. Now Wainwright is just 0.3 behind Kaya Vieira. Fast lap of the race for Wainwright as he takes nearly 0.2 out of the race leader. There they are, Vieira and Wainwright battling for the lead of this race, and we've got 5 minutes and a lap to go. Defensive for Vieira. Well, that means that Hendrix Falat is going to be closing in, and if Falat closes in, there might be a chance for Senna and Pocock to close in as well. And I think as a neutral, I'd love to see Rio Pocock getting back involved in this battle at the front of the field. Pocock, who's had a difficult year, had a bit of a nasty crash, which is why we've not seen him at any of these club rounds so far. He's certainly making a showing for himself in this debut appearance for our Micromax race. Another look over the shoulder from Vieira. Last time round at 53.1 for Wainwright, so definitely dropping a bit of time as these two battle. Vieira with the defensive line up towards the top of the hill, and then gives Wainwright the little squeeze as they turn in to Christmas Corner. Remember, the more defensive these two go, more likely Falat, Senna, Pocock can close in. Rio Pocock last time around 53.0, so only a couple of tenths quicker than these two, but these two haven't fully started battling until this lap. As Wainwright tries to open up Ozias as much as possible. Vieira goes defensive. Wainwright looks to the outside, again trying to open up the boot as much as possible. We've seen overtakes through this double right-hander of the boot. But Vieira doesn't go wide enough to make or to give that opportunity to Will Wainwright. And there you can see Hugo Senna and Rio Pocock in the backdrop. 53.4, 53.3 for these two. Rio Pocock further down the order at 53.0, so he's gained 0.4 on them. And Wainwright is really trying everything that he can to get past Kaya as they go through Inkermans. Once again, Kaya goes defensive. Will to the outside. Tries to open up Ashby as much as possible. But Vieira comes out of the corner really well. It means that Wainwright can't have a go into Wilkins or a go into Ozias either. And again, Vieira goes defensive. Sees that he's got a bit of a gap, so moves to the outside to take the racing line into the boot. We're going to cross the line with just under 3 minutes remaining and a lap as well. So that extra lap can make all the difference. Hendrix Falat lapping in those mid-53, so he's not gaining a huge amount on these two, who have just done another 53.2. Falat matching the pace. Senna 53.1, Pocock 53.0. I think Pocock might be able to have a go at Senna, but I don't think those two are going to be able to catch up to our leading duo unless we get some proper side-by-side action between them. Is this going to be an overtake? No, I thought Wainwright was going to go for it. He was pretty much on the back of Vieira as they jumped onto the brakes into Ashby Corner, one of the slowest points off the circuit. Out of Ozias on the back straight, and again still a bit defensive from Vieira, but he's not having to go ultra defensive just yet. Wainwright just sitting behind, just trying to open up the corners as much as he can so that he's always getting a good exit. He's always as close as possible to Vieira. And there in the backdrop you can see Pocock closing up to Hugo Senna. Remember, this isn't just a battle for the heat win, this is a battle that can have a huge implications to the championship standings. And these two are not separated by much in the standings at the moment, 15 points separating them. And this would be a 4-point swing depending on how it goes. At the moment, Vieira is going to gain 2 points over Wainwright. Wainwright finishes ahead, he gains the 2 points. And that gap just drops by a little bit. Vieira again taking that slightly defensive line into the boot just to dissuade Wainwright from going for that overtake. Still no to tell. They're actually pulling away from Hendrix Vallat, who last time around did a 53.4. He's actually getting reeled in now by the likes of Senna and Pocock. So we might have a three-way battle for P3. A good opportunity that for Hugo Senna to get a podium. Through Inkermans they go. Onto the brakes, down into Ashby Corner. Vallat, Senna, Pocock not in any championship battles. I think for each of them they've only done maybe 1 or 2 rounds of the season so far. I know Pocock is his debut event. Not entirely sure for Vallat and Senna if they have done a round before, but they are certainly not regulars. They've done maybe a maximum of 3 events this year. For them, it's just do as well as you can in this round number 6 of the 8th round WMKC Championship. And there is Pocock onto the back of Hugo Senna, defensive from Vieira up at the front of the field. And still Wainwright searches for a way through on the penultimate lap of this race. Time has hit 0, so once we cross over the line again, it will be the last lap. Vieira ultra defensive into Ashby. No way through for Wainwright on corner entry or indeed on corner exit. And still Vieira continues to go defensive. That's going to give Wainwright a really good exit onto the back straight, but still Vieira just hugs that inside line. Wainwright, where does he go? Maybe you could try that full outside send that we saw in the previous race actually. When we saw I'm trying to remember. We saw it was Max Mason a few races ago who full sent it around the outside of Finley Hines into the boot. Well, 0.4 of a second in the battle for 3rd place. You can see there is Hendrix Vallat going defensive. Hugo Senna going to look to the outside. What's Rio Pocock going to do in all of this? Try to go for the switchback, but just didn't quite time it right, and he's still behind Senna. Vallat continues to go defensive. Senna tries to go up the inside, and that is Wainwright through. So Wainwright has done it. He's done it through Ashby Corner, or on the exit of Ashby. Will Wainwright, on the last lap of this race, has stolen the lead from Caio Vieira, who has led for the entirety of this race. Will Wainwright take a bow? Patient as you like, and he's made it count when he needed to. Will Wainwright will win this year, and you can see Caio Vieira super frustrated with that 2nd place. Hendrix Vallat cheers as he takes 3rd. Rio Pocock picks up 4th on the last lap ahead of Hugo Senna. Johnny Butterfield will finish in 6th place ahead of Benjamin Finley. And then it is Freddie Fullerton who will take 8th position ahead of Jack Gold. Ottilie Simpson will finish in P10 ahead of Teddy Shepherd. Actually, Teddy Shepherd beating Ottilie Simpson and overtaking her on the last lap of the race. Then it's Callum Gain, and we expect Jack Reed to cross the line in 13th. And then it will be Nikodem Piotek ahead of Alexander Piotek, with Harry Riley being our one retiree of this race, which we saw earlier on. So that brings our Micromax race to a close, which means up next is going to be our 2nd set of heats of the day, starting off with our junior Rotaxes. Welcome back to this Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live, round number 6 of the Wilton Mill Kart Championship. And we are about to head out for Junior Max Heat 2, which features Group or pardon me, groups A and C taking to the grid. Expect it to be another good set of races for a bunch of these drivers. When they were first out on circuit, it was a bit damp through the opening couple of corners, so slightly different conditions for them. The track now having fully dried up. The sun is shining here in Northamptonshire. And big points on offer. Tom Reed starts on pole with Oliver Barton alongside. Then it is Alex Shepherd ahead of Stanley Williams. Row 3 is Archie Ray Watson and Miles Cleworth. Row 4 is Cooper Campbell Lee is ahead of Tigran Gregorian. Miles Burton and Sam Green Gomez complete row 5. Cody Crudgington and Liam Dooling are on row number 6. Nicola Pozzi starts in 13th ahead of Ronnie Jones. Harvey Watts is in 15th ahead of Finn Davenport in 16th. Then is Ruben Jenkins and Lewis Gilbert on row 9. Row 10 is Jay Singh and Archie Tomond Evans. Row 11 is Aston Tabb and Hugh Phillips with Jack Corser and Noah Hobson on row 12. Henry Robinson and Jacob Kent are on row 13 with Oddy Hull and Alfie Skitt on row 14. Ryuma Komatsu and Cora Moore are on row 15 and complete our 30-car field. A reminder, Tom Reed is second in the championship. The championship leader, Blake Southern, not here today. Which means that Southern cannot win the championship with today's results. So Tom Reed will just be focusing on extending his championship advantage to the likes of Alex Shepherd, Logan Hartshorn, who we will see racing in the next heat of the day. So Oliver Barton is in the 65, the yellow helmet. And Tom Reed, who won the opening heat of the day, is on the inside of the grid. And it is a good start for Tom Reed. So far, everyone getting through the opening couple of corners nice and cleanly, which is excellent to see. So Tom Reed leads ahead of, I think, Alex Shepherd. So Shepherd making a good start up into second place, a driver who is third in the championship and a direct rival with Tom Reed for second place in the championship as well. As our field of drivers make their way into Ashby Corner, you see the 49 going up the inside. Nice move from Nicola Pozzi. And look at the gap that Tom Reed has already been able to stretch out at the front of the field. Then comes the 85 of Alex Shepherd. So a good start for Alex Shepherd, who started in third position. And then in third position is Archie Ray Watson. So Archie Ray Watson up to third. Miles Burton, who started down in ninth, is up into fourth. Oliver Barton has lost a bunch of positions. And that's another couple of positions lost for Oliver Barton as he now gets overtaken by Miles Cleworth. So Oliver Barton, who started this race in second place, has dropped down the field in the opening couple of laps, unfortunately for him. See the 17 of Cleworth ahead of Barton, who's now coming under pressure from Stanley Williams. Williams will just sit behind on the entry into the boot. This is Oliver Barton's fourth event. As Archie Ray Watson picks up the fastest lap of the race. And I think Alex Shepherd might be closing in onto Tom Reed. Last time round he gained 1.5 tenths of a second, as there goes the 65 of Oliver Barton back up the inside of Stanley Williams. And up the inside of Miles Cleworth. And Stanley Williams is able to follow through. 8 minutes and a lap to go as we've got a driver stopped, and that looks like a very damaged front end for one of our drivers. We will have a look at who has not crossed the line, or who will not cross the line. That's Sam Green Gomez. So Sam Green Gomez drops down the order, I think. Actually, no, he has crossed the line, and there are a bunch of drivers who are not crossing the line. Jay Singh, Nicola Pozzi, Ruben Jenkins, Cora Moore, and Jacob Kent, I think. Jacob Kent has crossed the line. I think Cora Moore is. So it's Singh, Potsy and Jenkins who have been involved, and there is a 67 and 39. So that is Singh and Jenkins, which means it was Potsy that we saw at a stop on the entry into the final couple of corners. As we see the 112 hunting the 43. That is the 112 of Cooper Campbell-Lees behind Miles Burton. Miles Burton, who had a good opening heat, I think, was able to gain a bunch of positions through the last corner. Oh, that is a bad accident. And I think we're going to be getting a full course yellow from that. Driver just getting a little bit offline and tried to brave it out and keep their foot in, I think, but ended up going into the tyre barriers. And there is a red flag, which makes sense because there was a driver out of their kart. So this race will be brought to a stop. Our drivers will come to a control stop, I think, on the start-finish straight. But that looked to be a nasty, nasty accident. We will give, hopefully, confirmation of the driver being okay once we know more about the incident. But just to run you through the order then, as they were the last time they came over the line. Tom Reed leads this race from Alex Shepherd, then it's Miles Burton, Cooper Campbell-Lees, followed by, in 5th place, Archie Ray Watson, Stanley Williams, Oliver Barton, Miles Clareworth, Tigran Gregorian, Cody Crudgington in 10th. And we're going to go into a short break, and hopefully then we can give you some information with what is to come.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
Welcome back, everyone, to this SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. For those of you who are just tuning in, we are in the middle of our 9th heat of the day, the Rotax Junior Max featuring groups A and C. We have had a red flag due to an incident through the opening couple of corners. And we are waiting for confirmation of the race being able to get back underway. It is Tom Reed who is currently leading this race ahead of Alex Shepherd, Archie Ray Watson, Miles Burton, Cooper Campbell-Lees in 5th place. A championship that has been led, borderline dominated, by Blake Salvin, who isn't here today. We'll be watching from afar. I don't know if he is on YouTube, just having a little gander here and there to see how his fellow title rivals are doing. But he does have a healthy lead to Tom Reed in the championship. Tom Reed is in turn 19 points ahead of Alex Shepherd, who is 2 points ahead of Logan Hearthorne, and it is looking very close between both of those three in terms of pace. We saw an excellent battle between all three of them earlier on today, and hopefully we'll see more of the same, especially in the final. Harrison Bishop has been another driver who's been very impressive today as well. Currently 6th in the championship. And he's been right up there fighting for some big points. Another driver doing quite well, Daniel Adomaitis. He had a good race, I think it's fair to say, earlier on today. Picked up some decent points. Miles Burton, who's 11th in the championship, he's quite far up the field. He's had a single heat podium this year. Otherwise, best heat results of P5. He's looking at potentially getting another top 5 result today. Currently running in P6 is Oliver Barton. And it looks like this red flag is being cleared up. Some of our drivers being allowed to drive off. We still have 6.5 minutes plus a lap remaining in this race, and the timer has been stopped during the course of this red flag. So we will be getting this race underway. So our grid will be brought to a standstill. That's very cool from the number 17 of Miles Clareworth. Foot in the air, over the steering wheel. That's the way to relax before a race start, I think. Miles Clareworth currently 15th in the championship. But looking at picking up some good points today. Currently running in P8. And there's a couple of carts strewn about. We saw an incident earlier on. I think Jay Singh, Nicola Pozzi, Ruben Jenkins. Singh and Jenkins had a coming together, I think. Pozzi's cart came to a stop in the final sequence of corners, but you can see in the middle of your picture on the exit of Christmas, really, those two carts. That is Singh and Jenkins' cart. So they had a coming together of some sort. We assume Pozzi was part of that, or maybe involved in a separate incident, but all three of them have essentially DNF'd. And I hear in the chat that Blake Southern is at Three Sisters for UKC. Okay, well, maybe he won't be watching the race then, because it'll be focused on his own battles on circuit up in the north. Some support as well for Shay Hilton, not out in the junior road taxes. I forget which category Shay Hilton runs in. So after this race we will be having our second Junior Max Heat 2 event, which will be Junior Max Groups B and D, followed by the Senior Maxes. Then we're going to have our X30s, our Mini Maxes, Honda Cadets, Micro Maxes, before heading into a lunch break. Still waiting to be given the all clear from the officials. We can get this heat back underway. Current fastest lap has been picked up by Cooper Campbell-Lees at 47.5. However, we have only had 3 laps completed so far. Cooper Campbell-Lees has only done 2 events so far this year at WMKC. Best result of P5, which was back at round 3, where he finished 5th in his heat. Then did not have the best of heat 2s, finished 30th, which might have potentially been a DNF, and then was disqualified in the final. So Cooper Campbell Lees looking at a good set of results today, matching his best heat result of a P5. Archie Ray Watson also doing very well, currently in P3. Archie Ray Watson has been in every event so far this year, but his best heat result has been a P6. He's had a couple of P7s. His best final result was a P11 at round number 4 of the season. So this could also be a really good result for Archie, if he can hold on to that 3rd place result. This has also been good news for Alex Shepherd, because Tom Reed did have a significantly, not a ridiculously, but he did have a significant lead over Alex Shepherd. But with a race restart coming up, that is going to allow the whole field to bunch back up, which means Tom Reed might have to go onto the defensive once again. Do drop your messages in the YouTube chat. Let me know who you're here to support. If you've got any fun facts about some of the drivers, you can sneak that into the broadcast, I think.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership, and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
Welcome back to this Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live, round number 6 of the Wilton Mill Kart Club. As I can just see an ambulance and the medical car pulling off circuit. Which would suggest that the incident has been cleared up and we'll be ready to go racing once again. Seeing a bit of support coming through in the chat for Max Wheatley and Theo Maverick. We'll certainly keep an eye out for them when they are on circuit. At the moment we are in Junior Max heat number 3, the second heat for groups A and C. And you can see our grid of karts on the approach into the boot, and indeed through the boot as well, being headed by Tom Reed. Now I can see a kart trolley going onto the circuit, so maybe we're going to have a couple of karts being recovered before we get this race back underway. It looks like the karts that were stationary after Christmas corner, they have been recovered too. Presumably after this final car is recovered, we will go green. And I think what started as a field of 30 drivers is going to drop down to a field of maybe 25. Now you can hear engines starting to be fired up. I think you can just see in the corner of your shot a kart being lifted onto the trolley on the exit of the crook. And we'll be back underway racing shortly at this 1.2 kilometre circuit One of my favourite tracks in the country is Wilton Mill. Been around for a long time. I've seen a lot of club racing and a lot of very talented drivers racing at this circuit as well. Myself, of course. Lando Norris raced here, so did George Russell, and I'm sure pretty much every single one of the British F1 drivers. It's a track where you can pretty much overtake at every single corner, including the new bus stop chicane as well. We have seen some overtakes happening through there already today, or at least some attempted overtakes, some side-by-side action. I think as well, it's one of those tracks where I think there are a few circuits where when you overtake someone, you're immediately at risk of being re-overtaken or going wide into the next corner. Whereas I think Wilton's got a good balance where you've got some corners where if you overtake someone, you're at a big risk. Other corners where if you actually manage the overtake, you don't have to worry too much about being immediately overtaken again. I think good examples of that is if you make an overtake down the inside into Ashby, you are a bit susceptible for a switchback going into Wilkins, whereas if you make an overtake going into the boot or into Christmas, then you're a little bit safer. You don't have to worry too much about the switchback coming at you. Maybe same down into Osiers as well. You can pull a nice overtake off at Osiers, the downhill left-hander, and off Camber left-hander as well. We did start off the day a little bit damp through the opening couple of corners, which was catching out a few drivers. However, you guys do not have to deal with my waffling anymore, because it looks like we are green and good to go. Now, I don't know if we're going to get a full formation lap or if we're going to go straight green as soon as we come over the line. So it looks like we're going to get a full formation lap. And from what I can see on the YouTube chat, it would suggest that the driver who was involved in that incident was Archie Ray Watson. And if that is the case, well, regardless of who it is, we certainly wish them a very speedy recovery. If it is Archie Ray Watson, that is absolutely, well, he was on for his best result of the season as well. He was driving phenomenally well, was Archie. His best result up until this point was a 6th in a heat, which was actually at the last event, round number 5 of the championship. He was running in 3rd when he came over the line, pushing Alex Shepherd and Tom Reed. He was hunting them down for a heat win, actually, which would have been mighty impressive for Archie Ray Watson, the driver of the 195 kart. It will be Tom Reed who leads Alex Shepherd over the line to start this race restart. There's 77 and 91. There's Asentab and Finn Davenport. We're green and we are going racing. Some big gaps already at the front of the field. I think a couple of drivers napping ever so slightly. Miles Burton up into 3rd, so it indeed was the aforementioned Archie Ray Watson who went off into the tyre barriers. Hopefully he does recover soon, and really wish that we get to see him as well racing later today if he is feeling up for it. But Reed leads from Alex Shepherd. Miles Burton in an excellent P3. This would be matching his best result of the season. With Miles Burton, there is the 65 of Oliver Barton trying to clamber his way up through the field. Oliver Barton, 4th event of the year. His best result has been a P10 in a heat, P22 in a final. Oliver Barton was rapid in qualifying, 3rd overall. And well, Oliver Barton, he did not have a great race start. He dropped down to about P9, P8. He's now clambering his way back up through the field as Tom Reed goes offensive from Alex Shepherd behind. Then it's Miles Burton, Cooper, Campbell, Lees. Alex Shepherd just about is able to tuck back in front of Miles Burton. as they go through increments down the hill, defensive from pretty much everyone. Move going up the inside. I think that was Oliver Barton potentially, who's gained another position. He's ahead of Stanley Williams at the start of this lap, so he started this lap in P5. There is Alex Shepherd in the 85, just ahead of Miles Burton. Cooper Campbell-Lees in the 112. He's still running in 4th place. And then I think that is Oliver Barton, or maybe Stanley Williams has got back in front of Barton. We will confirm once they come over the line, as they do now. So Williams is back in front of Barton, then it's Cody Crudgington a little bit further back. So there's the 884 of Stanley Williams. Oliver Barton's dropped about a kart length behind Miles Burton, just trying to stay within touching distance of these lead two, who, despite defending somewhat and battling with each other, are almost pulling a gap. Oliver Barton has got a decent run coming out of Ashby. Campbell-Lees, though, will go defensive and hold on to the position. Barton looking up the inside into Oziers. Won't be able to find a gap to make that move stick. Keep your eyes out as well for Miles Cleworth in P8. He's having one of his best results of the season. Miles Cleworth has had a best heat result of a P5. And Miles Cleworth is almost on course to matching that result. Liam Dooling with a fast lap of the race down in P9. This red flag restart has really brought the field together, because he's forcing Tom Reed to defend somewhat from Alex Shepherd as they make their way through Christmas Corner. And Stanley Williams is looking very racy right now behind Miles Burton. Move up the inside from Shepherd. Alex Shepherd leads the way now from Tom Reed on the exit of Ashby Corner, but you can be certain that this race is not done just yet. Still 3.5 minutes to go and an extra lap as well. Shepherd will go defensive on the run towards the boot. Tom Reed slots in behind a bit of contact. Reed's now going to go wide. That opens up the door for Miles Burton. And all more contact between the front and the rear of Burton and Shepherd. And that has given Tom Reed a large gap. It's given Alex Shepherd a large gap. Tom Reed is now going to have to get his head down and try to get through Miles Burton as quick as possible. Is he too far back to go for the send? No, he's not. An audacious move up the inside from Tom Reed. Well, that was Daniel Ricciardo-esque. What a send up the inside into Christmas Corner. He did not waste a single second to move his way back up into second place, and that is going to cause Miles Burton to go tumbling down the order. He's sending it back up the inside of Oliver Barton, who now's got a driver up his inside. That's a 237. Liam Dooling gaining a couple of positions. It's all mayhem that started with that outrageous overtake from Tom Reed. Not outrageous in a bad way, and that is another nasty accident, and presumably going to be another red flag as well, as we saw a car flipping through that final chicane. And no red flag just yet being shown, so I'm presuming that the driver has been able to get up and move to safety. And I think sometimes those accidents look a lot worse than they are. But just to check, I think that might have been, I'm not sure who was involved in that incident. The checkered flag is being waved early, possibly because of that incident. So Alex Shepherd has ended up taking the checkered flag ahead of Tom Reed. Stanley Williams will take third ahead of Cooper Campbell-Lees. Miles Burton in P5, so a good result for Miles Burton. And then it's Liam Dooling who works his way up into sixth place. Really good result from Liam Dooling. He gained a lot of positions in this race, did Dooling, who started this race, I think, in P12. Ronnie Jones started in P14, finishes in 7th. Miles Cleworth in 8th, ahead of Oliver Barton in P9. Oliver Barton, who was just working his way up through the order, drops down to P9. Still, though, a decent result for Oliver Barton. His personal heat best. Cody Crutchington in P10, ahead of Aston Tab, Lewis Gilbert, Tigran Gregorian. Then comes Jack Corser, Odie Hole in P15. Odie gained a bunch of positions. He started down in P27, did Odie Hole, so 12 positions gained for him. Henry Robinson, your highest placed novice. Then comes Archie Tomand Evans. Alfie Skit also gaining 10 positions. He's in P18. Then it's Hugh Phillips, Harvey Watts, Jacob Kent, Noah Hobson, Finn Davenport in 23rd, ahead of Ryuma Komatsu. And then it's our DNFEs. Actually, Ryuma Komatsu also a DNFE as well, I think. Archie Ray Watson, Sam Green Gomez, Jay Singh, Nicola Potsi, Ruben Jenkins, and Cora Moore. So into the pits comes our junior AC grid, and our next race out will be the junior max B and D grid. So our final junior max race will be taking to the circuit very soon. I say our final race, our final heat. We will still have 2 finals for the junior road taxis, and hopefully less chaos in this race, let's call it, and no potentially injured drivers. And it definitely got very chaotic in the final few minutes of A and C race. We will be running you through the grid for this B and D grid in a few moments' time. And that music can only mean one thing. A grid is coming up and a race as well. Now, our 10th heat of the day, our 10th race of the day. Logan Hearthorne starts on pole with Jake and Aston alongside. Ryan Rapini is in 3rd with Ben Morgan lining alongside in 4th. Then it's Oliver Peters in 5th with Jensen Walker starting in 6th position. Harrison Bishop starts in 7th ahead of Daniel Wisniauskas in 8th. Then it's Tobias Johns ahead of Daniel Adomaitis. Jack Bowie and Jackson Lane are on row 6. Jamie Richards starts in 13th ahead of Max Wheatley. Then it's Hakeem Butt in 15th ahead of Shay Hilton, who we had some support for earlier on in the YouTube broadcast. Jensen Evans starts in 17th alongside Harley King in P18. Christian Kiheov in 19th ahead of Finlay Strang. Then it's Joseph Baxter and Leonardo Palagi in 22nd. Tabitha Mello and William Kidd Glass are on row number 12 ahead of Alexander Lekshiki in 25th. Then it's Harry Mayat Waldron in 26th. Lily Shaw is in 27th ahead of Lily Catignon in 28th. Riley Linnell completes the grid. So, big opportunity this for Logan Hearthorne, because his main championship contenders are not in this race. We already mentioned Blake Southern not here. Meanwhile, Tom Reed, Alex Shepard taking points off each other in the previous heat. Alex Shepard winning that race. So Hearthorne, if he can pick up a win, he'll gain some critical points over Tom Reed. And no Max Wheatley either, which means Logan Hearthorne can extend his gap to 5th in the championship. However, Harrison Bishop is here. And we'll see what Harrison Bishop can do starting from P7. Harrison Bishop has not actually had higher than 5th place in a final this year. He's had a 2nd and a 3rd in heats. He's had a couple of 4ths. He's only done 3 rounds, in fairness to Harrison. We'll keep an eye to see what he can do. Another driver to watch out for is Ryan Rapini, very quick driver. And we'll see whether he can make his way through the field. Ryan Rapini has only done 2 events this season. One event, 1st, 2nd and 2nd in the heats and final. The other one, 1st, 1st and 2nd. Ryan Rapini is quite used to being at the front of the field. And I guess in contrast, today has not gone very well because Rapini, I don't believe, finished in the top 3 in his opening heat of the day. So Ryan Rapini, I'm sure, will be looking to make some amends and showing why he is an incredibly quick driver. Jacob Aston has also only done 2 events this year. 7th, 4th and 18th in one of them. That was round 3 of the championship. Round number 4, 3rd, 2nd and 2nd. So Jacob Aston definitely picking up royalty medals quite quickly. And will be starting in 2nd for this race. So Jacob Aston, Ryan Rapini have some big points on offer. both of them, even if they do the next 3 rounds of the championship, will be 1 event short of the maximum rounds or the minimum rounds that are really required for drop scores. So, I mean, they could still get a good result in the championship, maybe even into the top 10. But they would need a good set of results and to make the next 2 events as well. But Halfson starts in pole. It was the quickest in qualifying in those wet conditions. All of the drivers taking to the grid were in the same qualifying session. They were in Q2 yesterday, were groups B and D. Halfson took pole by a 1/10 of a second over Jacob Aston, who was 100th quicker than Ryan Rapini, who in turn was 300ths quicker than Ben Morgan. It was incredibly close. I think from Jacob Aston in 2nd place all the way down to Daniel Wisniauskas in 8th. So that is 7 drivers were separated by, well, just over a 1/10 of a second. So an incredibly close field for our junior maxes. If you are tuning in, welcome to this Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live, round number 6 of the Wilton Mill Kart Championship. We are about to head into our 10th heat of the day, Junior Max Group 2, Heat 2 as well. We'll have our Senior Maxes starting just after this. Make our way into our 2nd lot of heats. We should be taking to the grid shortly, as our drivers patiently wait in Parc Fermé in the paddock area. Oh, sorry, so I have just seen a message in the chat that Max Wheatley is racing. Oh yes, he's starting down in P14. So that is not good news for Max Wheatley, who is 5th in the championship. So certainly watch out for Max Wheatley coming through the field. Maybe he is one of those drivers who dislikes the wet conditions. So Max Wheatley starting in P14 in the 212. I think we can just see him there, actually, on the left of your screen in the Ayrton Senna replica helmet. That looks to be a 1-2 at the end of the number plate. I'm guessing that is Wheatley. P14, row 7. I think it could be, or is that a 3-1-2? Hard to tell. Might be a 1-2-2. Ah, yes, it is the 1-2-2. Never mind. Thank you very much, broadcast. That's Christian Kihayov, the Ayrton Senna-esque helmet. I think Max Wheatley's on the other side of the grid, which will make it near impossible for us to be able to identify him. Little does Christian know, he is the focus of the camera right now. I hope he remembered his makeup. That is the number 140 of, who's the 140? Ryan Linnell. One of our two novices on the grid, the other one being Leonardo Pelaghi, the Italian driver. Some very nice clean karts, clean liveries, a bit of rubber on the front bumpers, naughty naughty from some of our drivers. Oh, there's a lot of tyre marks on that kart. This is how you can identify one of two things. First of all, who are the nice clean drivers? Number two, who's got the time to get a kind of Stanley blade and slowly just chip away at all of those tyre markings that inevitably appear on the bumpers of these go-karts. Well, it looks like the 121 of Logan Hartshorn. A very clean kart. Keeping himself out of trouble, which is what he'll be hoping to do in this race as well. So I think we should be going in a couple of minutes time. Had an incident at the end of the previous race, so a driver is being attended to. Hopefully once they are all confirmed as being okay, we'll be getting this upcoming heat underway. Heat being led by Logan Hartshorn and Jacob Aston at the front, Ryan Rapini, Ben Morgan on row number 2. Ben Morgan has been very quick in qualifying. I'm just trying to see where Ben Morgan is in the championship. So Ben Morgan actually down in 35th in the championship. So Ben Morgan has done 4 rounds, but is actually relatively low down. His best heat result of the year is P10. His best final result is a P15. So Ben Morgan, absolutely fantastic job by him in qualifying. See how he performs in this heat, starting from 4th position. So we're starting to get some more results in. So talking about championship standings with Blake Southern and Tom Reed. Tom Reed, if he was to win the A final, that would put him on 497 points, which is 23 points behind Blake Southern with 2 rounds to go, which is certainly overcomable. So Tom Reed, I'm sure he'll be a little bit gutted he didn't win that previous heat. The race being checkered flag a little bit early meant that he finished 2nd in his battle with Alex Shepard. So he's only been able to pick up 34 points, so he missed out on an extra 2 points. Those 2 points could make all the difference come the end of the season. It's also a good set of results at the moment for Alex Shepard, whose worst set of results up until this point was a 3rd, 3rd and 31st. That was round number 2 of the season. That has been dropped. His next worst was a 6th, 9th and a 7th. So at the moment he's outscoring that by 13 points. So a good A final result will see him jump ahead of Logan Hartshorn. Logan, who finished 2nd in his opening heat, ahead of Alex Shepard but behind Tom Reed. So Logan with a win in this heat, just vault him that little bit further clear of Alex Shepard. Logan Hartshorn, worst set of results that are currently counting for him in the championship is round number 4 of the season, where he had a 5th, 7th and 7th. Oddly enough for Logan, despite Logan being second in the championship, he's only finished on the podium once prior to today, and that was the opening heat of the year, second. He has had a string of 4ths, a string of 5ths, a string of 7ths really. 4th, 5th and 7th is where Logan Hartshorn has been finishing almost exclusively this year. So a second in Heat 1 is vital for him, and maybe a first here in Heat 2. So I've just been given some really good news that the driver involved in the incident of that previous heat, we saw a kart flipping through the final couple of corners. I say flipping, it flipped once, thankfully. They have been checked out by the paramedics. It was Finn Davenport, and he has been cleared to race in the next heat, or well, I say the next heat, in the finals. So hopefully for Finn, his kart is okay. I don't know if he's going to be in the B final or the A final. If he's in the B final, they won't have a huge amount of time to check the kart over. The B final is expected to start in a couple of hours' time. This is the A final, he'll have a few more hours to make sure the kart is all okay. So hopefully for Finn, thankfully he's okay. Hopefully his kart will be okay, and we can see Finn taking to the circuit. Considering he effectively had a DNF, I think, in that race, hopefully he will be able to make it for the final. Likely will be in the B final, considering that DNF. But we are on to circuit. It's felt like a bit of a long wait. Logan Hartshorn will be starting on pole, and he's got an excellent opportunity, does Logan Hartshorn, to taking a very, very important set of points in the championship over the drivers behind him, or the drivers in front of him: Alex Shepard, Tom Reed, Max Wheatley as well. Max Wheatley, certainly a driver that we've got to watch out for, starting outside of the top 10. Max Wheatley, he's won a heat this year. He's had a second, he's had a third in the heat. He's not had great results in the finals. His best result this season has been a P6, but he is a privateer, so one of the highest placed privateers, I think. Well, at least that's what it comes up as on my screen. It says Team Privateer. But then it doesn't give a lot of the other teams, so there might be other privateers around him. So I don't want to insult anyone by saying he's maybe the highest placed privateer when some of the drivers in front of him are as well. But Max Wheatley doing an excellent job in the championship nonetheless. Here we go then, Hartshorn, Aston on the front row of the grid. Hartshorn in the 1-2-1 on the inside of the grid, Aston on the outside. Here we go into turn 1. It's a good start from Aston. He's actually got the inside into the crook, side by side between the pair of them. Aston takes the lead from second on the grid. An excellent start from Jacob Aston, flying to the outside. Is going to be an excellent move from the driver who started in third position. I think that's Ryan Rapini up into second place. A great start from Ryan Rapini. Ben Morgan in the MS kart suit is in fourth position, and is now trying to put on the moves onto the 1-2-1. Logan Hartshorn, who started this race in first, has now dropped down into third position. But Rapini up into second, and an excellent start from Jacob Aston. You don't often see drivers starting in second place at Walton Mill leading out of the opening couple of corners. So fair play to Jacob Aston. And it is not what Hartshorn needed for his championship bid, especially with his championship competitors of Tom Reed, Alex Shepard finishing first and second in the other junior heat. Aston goes defensive. Rapini tucks in behind. Hartshorn looking for the switch back, and he's on the back of Rapini as they head down the hill. Ryan Rapini, who just did a couple of events this year at WMKC, but did an excellent job, and now defensive is Ben Morgan. He's got Harrison Bishop on his outside. And there goes the 165 of Oliver Peters, who's past Jensen Walker, past Harrison Bishop as well. 225 is Jensen Walker, and then we've got Wisniauskas behind. Trying to see where is Bishop in all of this. Harrison Bishop, who is 6th in the championship. Harrison Bishop now up into 4th, ahead of Ben Morgan. So we keep an eye out for Max Wheatley. He's down in P15, so he lost the position on that opening lap. I think he's at the back of this long train of karts. Actually, second last. There he goes for a move, I think. I think that was Wheatley in the 111, or actually that was Jack Bowe potentially battling with Shea Hilton. But Aston leading from Rapini, then comes Hearthstone, and then comes Harrison Bishop, who's trying to work his way up through the order. Is Harrison Bishop. Nice move going up the inside from the 14. So very clean move from Daniel Adomaitis. And this is the battle at the front of the field. The 27 of Wisniauskas in 8th place. In the back of this train, then comes Jamie Rich and Jackson Lane. Jackson Lane overtaking Jamie Riches. Still Aston from Rapini, and then Hearthstone at the front of the field. A defensive line from Hearthstone, as he's got Harrison Bishop right behind him. Harrison Bishop, driver in the black suit, orange helmet. Hearthstone, black suit and white helmet, who again goes defensive. And Oliver Peters just behind them. The nice blue and green multicoloured livery. Nose to tail. As these four start to battle, it's allowing Aston and Rapini to get away. Aston is still defending. Rapini goes into the back of Aston through the corner. Needs to be careful. Does not want to get that front bumper bending in on itself, which would get him a bit of a penalty. I'm sure he'll be eager to avoid. Tobias John with the fast lap of the race down in P12. Ben Morgan pushing Jensen Walker along and pushing Jensen Walker past Oliver Peters. And he's able to follow through as well. So Ben Walker gains a position. And so does Jensen Walker at 2. As there comes a move from Ben Morgan now going up the inside of Jensen Walker. So another position gained for Ben Morgan. Now he's ahead of Oliver Peters in P5. Up next is the 225. That is actually Jensen Walker in front of the pair of them. Jensen Walker is still in P5. Positions are just changing left, right and centre. But Ryan Rapini still right on the back of Jacob Aston. These two, they are defending slightly, but not by a huge amount. And Hearthstone and Bishop, those two are fighting as well. As round the outside tries Rapini. Jacob Aston says, in your dreams, buddy. Runs him out right to the edge of the circle onto the concrete. And this is his right to being the driver ahead on the inside line. And Rapini sensibly backs out of that move. And that allows Hearthstone to close in somewhat. Bishop not too far behind. Then it's Walker, Morgan, Peters, Adomaitis, Wisniauskas and Lane completing your top 10. There's Morgan on the back of Walker. He's going to look to the inside, but never mind. He's got a driver up his inside. And through goes the 14 of Adomaitis. Now he's got another one going on his outside. As I think that's Wisniauskas going for a bit of an audacious move. Actually, Wisniauskas is going to drop a position. And through goes Jackson Lane. So Jackson Lane was the driver gaining out of that. Well, certainly more feisty battling happening in our Junior Max Heat number 4. Been fighting from our juniors all day long. It looks like Ben Morgan's got a bit of a breathing room now to Jackson Lane behind him. He can try to hunt down Daniel Adomaitis, who's a half second up the road, and in turn, half second up the road from Adomaitis is Oliver Peters, as that is the 888 working their way through the order. That is Shea Hilton. There goes the 220 back up the inside of Shea Hilton through the double right-hander. Now Logan Hart, what's happened to Rapini? So Rapini's dropped down to P4. So while we've been watching all of this squabbling down for P10 or so, there's been a change up at the front of the field. Ryan Rapini dropping down to 4th place. Hearthstone up into 2nd. Harrison Bishop following him through as well. And there you can see them on the right-hand side of your screen, your top 4, almost nose to tail. Jensen Walker further half a second behind in P5. Jacob Aston on for what is going to be a very good result. It's the 1-2-1 of Logan Hearthstone. Harrison Bishop directly for company behind him. And then comes Rapini, then comes Walker. Jacob Aston with a good lead behind him. So make their way on the straight towards Christmas Corner. Jacob Aston has not won a race this year. Nice move going up the inside from Ryan Rapini on Harrison Bishop, who almost drops a position as well to Jensen Walker. So Bishop drops down to 4th, Rapini up to 3rd. Hearthstone is on the hunt for Jacob Aston. Jacob Aston's best result this year was a P2, which he got at his last event, round number 4 of the championship. A 3rd and 2 seconds in his 2 heats and final respectively. But Logan Hearthstone looking to put a stop to that. Logan Hearthstone, whose best heat result this year has been a 2nd. So both of these drivers chasing their first heat win of the year. And meanwhile, Ryan Rapini, no stranger to heat wins. Of his 6 races that he's had this year across 2 events, he's had 3 wins, 3 seconds. Aston and Hearthstone, after their first heat victories of the year, their first Wilton Mill victories of the year. Nice move up the inside by the 84. That's Tobias Johns up the inside of Jackson Lane. 257 of Lane drops down to P10. Jensen Walker now ahead of Harrison Bishop. 2 minutes on the clock. Now, Jacob Aston, let's have a look at the lap times last time around. Aston did a 46.7. Rapini 46.6, but Hearthstone was a 46.8. So Aston's pulling from Hearthstone, but Rapini is closing in onto 2nd. Meanwhile, Jensen Walker and Harrison Bishop slow laps as they were battling for P4. However, all it requires is one mistake from Aston, and Hearthstone and Rapini will be on to his back end. We'll see Jamie Richards ahead of Shea Hilton and Max Wheatley. Six-tenths is the gap at the front of the field. Another 10th gain by Jacob Aston. Ryan Rapini only able to match the pace of Aston that time around. And there you can see the top 3 just in the corner of your screen. The AAA and the 220 side by side. Jamie Richards, Shea Hilton down into Ozier's. 56 of Ryan Rapini, now ahead of Logan Hearthstone. So Hearthstone has dropped down the order. Well, that's gutting for Logan Hearthstone. He needed a good result to pull himself back into this championship fight. Well, Logan Hearthstone's going to be losing some valuable points now. Jacob Aston is going to be picking up his first heat victory of the year. And and Aston has shown good result this year. Just not seen him ever pick up a win. He's had 3 seconds. And now he's going to be picking up his first of the year. He's going to be heading onto the last lap of the race. Jacob Aston 2 seconds clear of Ryan Rapini. This battle for 2nd is not done yet either. There's Jackson Lane behind Daniel Adamaitis and Harrison Bishop still in P5. So Peters goes defensive. The outside is Ben Morgan. Ben Morgan was running in P5, P4 at one point. He's dropped down the order. Max Wheatley still in P15. He's not been able to make any inroads in this race. So his spot, 5th in the championship, is definitely going to be lost to the likes of Harrison Bishop, maybe Daniel Adamaitis as well, Oliver Peters too. But here is your race leader, Jacob Aston. Rounds the final couple of corners. He's driven spectacularly. Excellent victory for Jacob Aston. Ryan Rapini will take 2nd place. Then it's going to be Jensen Walker, Logan Hearthstone, Harrison Bishop, Daniel Adamaitis, Tobias Johns, Oliver Peters, Jackson Lane, Ben Morgan, Jack Bowie. Max Wheatley ends up finishing in 13th. Harley King takes 12th. Shea Hilton in 14th. Then it is Daniel Wisniauskas ahead of Jamie Richards, Joseph Baxter, Jensen Evans, Christian Kihayov, Lily Shaw, Hakeem Bhatt, Alexander Lekshitsky in 22nd. Then it's William Kitgalas, Leonardo Talagi, Tabitha Melo, Finlay Strang, Lily Catignon, Riley Linnell, and Harry Meyer Waldron completing our 29-kart field. But excellent result from Jacob Aston to pick up his first heat win of the year. Ryan Rapini takes a very good second place. It's a good result as well for Jensen Walker with his third. I think that might be Walker's first podium of the year. Let's just check that for Jensen Walker. I think that was a very, very solid result for Walker. Regardless, so next up is going to be our Senior Max Heat 2. And I can confirm that that was Jensen Walker's second podium of the year. He actually had a podium in heat number 2 for round 5. It was the last event of the year. But here we go then for our Senior Rotax Heat 2. Oliver Smith is on pole with Drew Preisner alongside him. Luke Richards and James Tester are on row 2 with Alfie Thompson and Will Forber on row 3. Moving on to row 4, Finley Jones and Noosh Safaleathers on in 8th position. Then comes Callum Sims and Michael Dalton completing the top 10. Joshua Smith and Ethan Martin are on row 6. Kieran Edgson and William Webb are on row 7 ahead of Samuel Aston and Freddie Leckenwell on row 8. Then it's Ruben Mainblock and Zugas Ravilonis in 18th. Dejuan Bennett in 19th ahead of Rory Burke. Isaac Reynolds in 21st ahead of Zenzong Lim in 22nd. Carl Dickens and Ryan Walsh are on row 12. Jake Fisher and Molly Griffiths are on row 13 ahead of Dexter Collins and Ryan Hedge. Agastya Lakard starts in 29th with Arminas Zabarauskas in 30th place. Then we've got Hinchcliffe, Glanville and Beattie completing the field. Watch out for Ellis Beattie. Ellis Beattie gained a number of positions in the previous race. So our Senior Rotax then around the final corner. Oliver Smith, Drew Preisner leads the field away. It's a good start for Smith. Preisner is going to be able to hold on to second bit of contact onto the back of your race leader through the opening corner. But it is still Oliver Smith who leads the driver, who is third place in the championship, as one driver being squeezed a little bit on the exit of Christmas Corner. They are forced to yield as onto the brakes we go. Defensive lines from pretty much the entire field as we head down the hill into Ashby Corner. As there is the 89. So a couple of positions gained. That is the 89 of William Webb that we're seeing. Not sure what position they have moved up to. But they're still running side by side with the 49 as they head through the final couple of corners. So Preisner leads now from Oliver Smith. So at some point on that opening lap, we did miss Drew Preisner getting past Oliver Smith. Alfie Thompson is up into third place, although he's going to lose that because James Tester has just gone up the inside of Thompson. Alfie Thompson, who started this race in 5th, worked his way up into third, but has now dropped back down to 4th position. James Tester now on the hunt for Oliver Smith and Drew Preisner. James Tester, very quick driver, picked up a couple of wins at the start of the year. Did Tester. Now on the hunt for the drivers up ahead. James Tester, who finished the first heat of the day in P5. The top 4 separated by a second. See how close Preisner is to Oliver Smith on the exit of Ashby Corner. So Drew Preisner, Oliver Smith really fighting it out with Tester just behind. And that is James Tester making the move through Oziers. Now goes defensive into the boot, and the 187 of Alfie Thompson trying to get stuck in as well. But James Tester moves up into second position. So great stuff from James Tester. As he now tries to hunt down Sorry, it's actually Drew Preisner who drops down to third. So Oliver Smith and Tester able to get through on Preisner. Drew Preisner drops down into third position. We head through Christmas Corner. Remember, this is Drew Preisner's first event of the Wilton Mill Kart Club in 2026. Finley Jones has just picked up the fastest lap of the race down in P10. Defensive goes the 15. 17 tries to get involved as well. That's Joshua Smith trying to find a way through on Will Forber. And Will Forber now at the front of this train of karts. Drew Preisner has just dropped down into fourth. He's dropped down into sixth place as well now. So the top three separated by 0.3 of a second. Drew Preisner has been munched up alive. And there are your top three. Alfie Thompson looking to the outside, tries to get the double switchback through Christmas Corner. But Oliver Smith will hold on to the lead of this race. Not for long because Tester sends it up the inside into Ashby Corner. James Tester goes through and he's pulled a gap as well. And now Alfie Thompson sweeps round the outside of Oliver Smith. So Oliver Smith drops down into third position, and it's Tester who leads from Alfie Thompson. Good run this for Alfie Thompson. Alfie Thompson, I believe this is his first event. Actually, no, he's done a few events this year, has Alfie Thompson, currently 10th in the championship. He won the opening final of the year. Picked up a couple of thirds as well, and a second in the earlier heat today, did Alfie Thompson. And Alfie Thompson could be a contender for those top three spots in the championship if his next three heats of the year go well. He's missed two events, so he doesn't have any drop scores in the championship, does Alfie Thompson. He's half a second behind James Tester. And we'll see on their next lap what the pace is looking like. Finley Jones moves up into ninth ahead of Michael Dalton in 10th position. As there goes a nice move up the inside by the 55. Being Ethan Martin making that move. So 4.5 minutes and a lap to go. Fastest lap of the race picked up by Joshua Smith, who's just put in a 45.9, 0.2 quicker than the duo in front of him. Tester and Thompson matching each other for pace. There you can see your top three. They've got a small gap over Oliver Smith in fourth. Then comes Will Forber. Will Forber, who is fourth in this championship, and he's had a best heat result of P4, has William Forber. We'll see whether he's able to match that result today. But Will Forber finished 8th in his first heat, so he's looking to better that by a significant amount. Drew Preisner working his way back up through the field. He's back up into 6th place as the driver who started this race in 2nd position. I think we saw that in the first heat as well, that Preisner was a little bit slower on the first few laps, just got a bit swallowed up by all of the carnage and the battering. As there goes a big move up the inside by Joshua Smith into Christmas Corner. Alfie Thompson tried to cover off the inside, but Joshua Smith found the gap. Has he held on to the lead though? I think he has. So Joshua Smith is up into 2nd position now. So Alfie Smith and Joshua Thompson have been trading position somewhat. So Alfie Thompson down to 3rd, Joshua Smith up to 2nd. And it is Smith who has the fastest lap of the race. I say Smith, Joshua Smith, because Oliver Smith is also in this, and Oliver Smith in the 38 is now onto the back of Alfie Thompson. And Oliver Smith has brought along Will Forber and Drew Preisner. Drew Preisner, the driver, putting his head down with the white helmet, the black suit. Red and right, the red and white kart. But James Tester now has a bit of a lead. Joshua Smith needs to put in some cracking laps. He lost 0.3 that lap to James Tester, having to overtake Alfie Thompson. Alfie Thompson at the moment. Still looking at 2 heat podiums. You see him starting on the front 2 rows of the grid for the final in a couple of hours' time. Good exit for the 91 of Drew Preisner. But it's all about the exit out of here, through Oblivion, through the crook. Drew Preisner, not too far back. Is he going to go for the move? Yes, he is. Late move, great move though on Will Forber. Will Forber sees him coming, leaves him space, and now Forber might be under pressure from Finley Jones. Has to go defensive. There's the 38 and the 187. So Oliver Smith has now overtaken Alfie Thompson. Chris Tester leading from the 2 Smiths. Remember, Oliver Smith is second place in this championship. And has essentially been matching William Webb at the front of the field for the majority of it. It's just because he got that penalty, that disqualification in the opening round of the season that has really shunted him down in the point standings. Still though, he's still running second in the standings. He's even clean swept the last round of the season. We'll see whether he can clean sweep this round. But first, he needs to counter to Joshua Smith and James Tester. I'm sure he'll be rooting for Joshua Smith. I don't know if Joshua and Oliver are related. If they are, he will be willing his relative on to close into James Tester and start fighting so that he can get involved and pick up his second win of the day. See the 23 and 15, so that's Finley Jones now ahead of Will Forber as well. So Will Forber dropping a little bit down the order. Finley Jones having a good set, having a good result. Finley Jones, best result P4. Finley Jones has had a bunch of P4s so far this season. Finley Jones on for a 6th place result now. Oh, that could have been a big move. There's contact between the 17 and 27. Joshua Smith. Well, that is going to be one for the stewards to look at. Well, on initial looking, it looked like Joshua Smith went for that move a little bit late. So, James Tester now in the 27, as I think he's dropped down into 3rd place. Oliver Smith up into 2nd. Sorry, no, Tester is still in 2nd. Then comes Oliver Smith. Now, if there's a penalty coming, if there's going to be a penalty coming Josh Smith's way, that could be good news for Oliver Smith. But Smith is under pressure from Alfie Thompson in 4th position. That is definitely one for the stewards to look at. Tester's been able to build out a bit of a gap to Oliver Smith on this lap, so he's going to be safe. There's a little bit of contact further behind as the 38 parks it on the apex really well. That gives an opportunity behind to Drew Preisner, but Preisner cannot take advantage of it. It's going to be a run to the line between Preisner and Jones, and it is won by Drew Preisner. So Josh Smith wins the race ahead of James Tester. Oliver Smith in 3rd ahead of Alfie Thompson. Then comes Drew Preisner, Finley Jones, Will Forber, William Webb, Kieran Edgson, Ethan Martin in P10. And then it is Michael Dalton, Noosh Safaleathers, Zugas Previlonis in 13th. Then comes Jake Fisher, Samuel Aston in 15th. Then comes Callum Sims, Rory Burke, Molly Griffiths, Freddie Leppenwell, Dejuan Bennett, Ryan Welsh, Ruben Maimlock, Dexter Collins, Ryan Hedge, Ellis Beattie, only able to climb up to 25th in this race. Jensen Hinchcliffe, Carl Dickens finishes in 27th position. And then it is Zenzong Lim, Arminas Zabarauskas in 29th, Luke Richards, Kieran Glanville, and Isaac Reynolds was one of our DNS drivers. Didn't start the race. Richards and Glanville not finishing the race. So that brings an end to our senior Rotax race. Next up is going to be our X30 seniors. So our senior X30s going to be taken to the track in a few moments' time. We should be in for another good event. Sebastian Dew starts this race from pole ahead of Sam Lewis, and Alexander Di Benedictis and Olivier Piccola are on row number 2. Then it's Archie Forber and Jensen Buckingham on row 3. Jensen Buckingham in the number 50 kart. Archie Heron starts in 7th ahead of championship leader Oliver Meek in 8th. Bailey Brooker is in 9th ahead of George Mayle. Harry Wright, Josh Jones are on row number 6. Moving on to row 7, Finlay Allen and Nihal Joy. Then John O'Donnell and Toby Percival make up row 8. William Omar and Isabel Banks are on row number 9. And row 10 is Jack Stewart. Now, Jack Stewart had a really good drive in the previous race. He ended up finishing 8th, having started from 19th. So we'll see what Jack Stewart can do in this race. Oliver Meek picked up his first heat victories in the last round. However, only able to pick up P10 earlier on today and leads the championship. He needs a good set of results if he wants to keep some of the others behind him. But here we go. Sebastian Dew, Olivier Piccola leading the field, and it is Dew who will be first, coming through the first sequence of corners. So Dew leads Piccola on the inside, the 46 of Di Benedictis alongside. And through Christmas corner we go. Who has come out on top? It will be Sebastian Dew who leads the way. The field head down into not into Christmas corner, into Ashby corner, and that is Di Benedictis who is ahead of the 16. So Di Benedictis now side by side. Oh, that could have ended badly. A little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. As now the 16 of Olivier Piccola goes up the inside, and that is a slow race leader, Sebastian Dew. Oh dear, what has happened to him? Well, he won the opening heat of the day. Sorry, no, it was Sam Lewis who won the opening heat of the day, but Sebastian Dew, if I recall correctly, came second. What is going on? He's looking at his car. He's got no idea what has happened, but your race leader has pulled off to the side through the final corners on the opening lap. Olivier Piccola now leads the way. Olivier Piccola, whose best result this season has been a P8, is on course for winning a heat. Well, Olivier Piccola could have something special, but we'll see if Sam Lewis has anything to say about that. Sam Lewis, who started this race a little bit further down the order. He started down in P11. He's already up into P5. So he's making quick work up through the field, is Sam Lewis, the driver who won the opening heat of the day. He's on the back of this train of karts, and he's going to be probably the biggest threat to the likes of Piccola and Di Benedictis. Di Benedictis, his best result this year has been a P3. Nice move up the inside, Archie Heron, and Sam Lewis will follow through as Archie Forber drops down to P5 himself. Now, Olivier Piccola is just trying to get his head down and try to put in the best possible laps that he can. Here is Sam Lewis. Is he going to have a go up the inside into the left of Wilkins? No, he won't. Ozias is a good opportunity, and he does send it up the inside. Sam Lewis wasting no time whatsoever. Moving up into 4th position. Now goes defensive to make sure that Archie Heron can't come back at him, and Archie Heron cannot come back at him. So up to P3 then is Sam Lewis, and now he's on to the back of Di Benedictis in 2nd position. Oliver Meek as well up into 6th. So Oliver Meek having a much better run than he did in race number 1. Remember, Meek only finished in P10. Did Oliver, who started this race in where did he start? He started in P8. Jack Stewart gaining more positions. He's up into P14 from 19th on the grid, so keep your eyes out for him. Another driver gaining positions is William Omar, who's in 9th, having started this race in 17th position. So your big movers are the likes of Lewis, Meek, Omar, Stewart. They are certainly the drivers to be watching out for in this race. We'll see how much further up the field they can get now. Di Benedictis under pressure from Sam Lewis. How defensive will he go? Olivier Piccolo will be hoping. Very defensive. Here goes a move. Oh, that's a brave move to do it into oblivion. Di Benedettis slams the door shut in Sam Lewis's face and says, absolutely not. I don't want to be on a highlight reel of being overtaken into Christmas corner. And Sam Lewis says, that's fine. You can be on the highlight reel being overtaken into Christmas instead. Sam Lewis moves up to second position. Alexander Di Benedettis drops down a number of places and is now into, where is that, P5 as Archie Heron and Archie Forber follow through. Lewis a look over the shoulder, he gives a little finger wag forward, but he's got a big enough lead now over Archie Heron behind him that he can just focus on trying to catch up to Olivier Piccolo, who's going to have, about a near 1 second lead. Piccolo looks over his shoulder, sees Sam Lewis there and will be thinking, oh, why couldn't it have been anyone else? But Sam Lewis is on the hunt. Well, Sam Lewis only did the first 3 rounds of the season. He won the last time he was here at Wilton Mill in the A final after finishing 6th and 3rd in the 2 heats. Now he's looking at picking up 2 heat wins and maybe an A final win as well. Oh, a little bit wide from Di Benedettis as he gets swallowed up by Oliver Meek. Another 371 of Bailey Brooker trying to get involved as well. So Oliver Meek up to 5th. Di Benedettis, who was in second, is tumbling down the order, down to 6th position. Remember, Oliver Meek, your championship leader, started this race down in 8th position and is now up into P5. He's going to be trying to hunt down the trio of karts up ahead. Di Benedettis a little bit wide. I think he's going to come under a send here from Bailey Brooker, but Bailey Brooker a little bit too far back, and Di Benedettis very late on the brakes, and you can see Piccolo has been reeled in already. Last time round, 4/10 gained by Sam Lewis. Sam Lewis is on an absolute flyer. He's quicker than Heron and Forber behind him, and that's Heron and Forber who have got the toe as well. So very, very good pace coming in from Sam Lewis. We'll see what Oliver Meek can do when he's in clean air. Well, he's in clean air now, so this lap will be telling to see what we can expect from Oliver Meek over the rest of this race. Jack Stewart continues to work up through the field. He's up into 13th position. William Omar up into 8th position now as well. He's gained 9 positions in this race, but he's 2.5 seconds behind this train of karts. There is William Omar in the back of your shot in a little bit of a no man's land ahead of Harry Wright and Jensen Buckingham. So Sam Lewis last time round 500ths was gained over Olivier Piccolo. Heron and Forber putting in high 45s as well. Oliver Meek 46.0, so a little bit slower than the group up ahead. Oh, this is looking tight. Di Benedettis trying to give the squeeze to the 371 of Bailey Brooker on the exit of Osiers. The 371 keeping his nose firmly in there. Bailey Brooker then had the inside line going in to the next sequence of corner. Sam Lewis, he's fast enough for the race, 45.7. He's now 3/10 behind the group up ahead. Closing in onto Olivier Piccolo. Don't count out Oliver Meek out of this battle just yet, because there is going to be a battle up ahead, and Meek will close in. Pace-wise, Sam Lewis is undoubtedly the quickest driver on circuit right now. But is he quick enough? It'll be interesting to see where Sebastian Dew starts the final, considering that we've got 19 drivers in. He finished second in the opening heat. He's probably going to be starting around P10, maybe P9 potentially. Actually, he might get a P8 start, so he might make it onto the front 4 rows. He won't be out of this A final battle, as there is Piccolo with Lewis behind. Then comes Heron, Forber, Meek. Oliver Meek, new personal best 45.8. He gains a couple of tenths on Piccolo. Sam Lewis also with a 45.8 as well. As our top 4 start to bunch up together. 2.5 minutes and a lap to go in this race. Sam Lewis has been flying today. Struggled in qualifying. Again, qualifying was in wet conditions, and clearly Sam Lewis was not a fan of those wet conditions. He is a fan of these dry conditions, that is for sure. Now, where does Sam Lewis go for the move? We saw him try to make a move on Di Benedettis through turn 1. Not going to try that on Piccolo, not on this lap. Here comes the move up the inside. Piccolo leaves the door open. Lewis sends it straight up the inside. Piccolo's going to get a decent run down the hill, and Lewis is surely going to have to go defensive. Indeed, he does. That opens up the door, though. Piccola tries to open up Ashby. Heron sends it up the inside. Contact between Heron and Piccola. And well, that is Olivier Piccola's race done and dusted. And you can see Piccola is gutted, hands in the air. He cannot believe what has just happened. And I'm sure if you ask Piccola, he's going to say that's all Archie Heron's fault. Heron's going to say that was Piccola's fault. To be honest, I can't even remember what happened. All I know is there was a bit of a squeeze on the exit of the corner. Heron went up the inside. Piccola tried to hang it around the outside. Heron will say, well, I was ahead. I can take my racing line. And Piccola will say, well, I was far enough on the outside that you had to leave me room. And Archie Forber says, I can care less about that because he just overtaken Archie Heron for second position. So Olivier Piccola, who finished 18th in the first heat, having done so well. Again, more disaster for him. And I know what that look is. That's Piccola saying he's on for his best results of the season. And in both occasions, he's been kind of stripped of it. And just unlucky, really. Well, I'm sure some people might look at that and they might say that's Piccola's fault. Other people might say it's not. We leave it for the stewards to decide. But regardless, Olivier Piccola has been driving the wheels off his kart today. It's been his best drives that we have seen all year long. And from leading the race to out, Olivier Piccola is going to be starting from dead last in the A final. And it's such a shame that one of the quickest drivers today, who has been having such a string of, well, I wouldn't say bad performances, but he's been looking so quick today, is now not going to be in a position to convert what should have been the best weekend of his year. Sam Lewis, though, is going to be rounding the final corner to start his final lap. Archie Forber trying to keep Archie Heron at bay. Oliver Meek in fourth position, just a little bit too far back to capitalise on this battle for second place, I fear. Lewis hard on the brakes. Same for Forber and Heron, with a couple of kart lengths between them. Olivier Piccola will, I guess, end up picking a P17. But not good news for Olivier Piccola's championship. A good set of results would have seen him jump ahead of Jensen Buckingham, Bailey Brooker, or at least close into them in the championship. But as it stands now, he's going to fall right back, and his hopes of getting a top 5 in the championship have really crumbled today. Sam Lewis, though, rounds the final corner to take the checkered flag. Archie Forber will cross the line in second, with Archie Heron in third position. Then comes Oliver Meek, Bailey Brooker, Alexander Di Benedictis, William Omar in seventh. He's had a really good result in this heat. Finley Allen in eighth, ahead of Harry Wright. Then comes Jensen Buckingham, followed by Jack Stewart in P11. Then comes Josh Jones, George Mayle in 13th, Nihal Joy winning in the clubman class. Then comes John O'Donnell, and then we've got Isabel Banks, followed by our three retirees, Olivier Piccola, Toby Percival and Sebastian Dew. Archie Heron and Archie Forber, who were separated by 2 points coming in to today in the championship. It's Forber who beats Heron this time. So Forber is going to gain a bunch of points, especially Archie Heron finishing 19th in the first heat of the day. Forber is going to be stretching a nice, comfortable margin in second in the championship. And Oliver Meek not losing too much in his bid to claim the championship. Well, we're going to jump into a little break as per usual, and we will be back with our X30 juniors momentarily. So our junior X30s looking to take to the circuit, one of our smaller grids of the day. A warm welcome back to the Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. Round 6 of 8 for the Wilton Mill Kart Championship. This fantastic 1.2 kilometre circuit. Just another quick reminder as well, we hope you are enjoying this broadcast of Wilton Mill Kart Club's event. And a reminder that the finals will only be available to Slipstream viewers. So make sure you do subscribe if you want to watch the finals live, otherwise you can watch them 1 week later. Our starting grid then for the junior X30s. Finley Hines and Max Mason on the the front row. Nathaniel Hodges and Molly Meisen on row 2. Molly Meisen winning the opening heat of the day. Theo Thomas and Jacob Nairn are on row 3. Exton Cook and Logan Baker on row 4. Jaden Lamb starts in P9. So Molly Meisen on her maiden showing to Wilton Mill Kart Club won the opening heat. Did have a small stroke of luck. Finley Hines, Max Mason battling like absolute lunatics. No, they weren't battling like lunatics. They had a phenomenal battle between them. It was very hard. It was very fair racing. But then on the last lap, Max Mason full sent it round the outside right here on this corner of Finley Hines. They ended up squeezing each other into the right. They ran each other wide, and Molly Meisen went through, said thank you very much, picked up the race victory. It was good news for Max Mason in the championship because he gains points over Finley Hines. However, he's got a bunch more points to gain over Hines in the championship. Max Mason had a torrid opening couple of rounds of the season, particularly round 2, so really needs to gain as many points as he can over the championship leader if he wants to be able to win the Wilton Mill Kart Championship for the Junior X30 category. So here we go then. Hines, Mason on the front row of the grid. Mason in the full green helmet, Hines in the white and green on the inside. Good start for Max Mason, holds on to second place. That is usually the most that you can hope for out of turn number 1. And he's immediately looking to the inside. Hines is going to cover that off. Molly Meisen has dropped a couple of positions on the start, I think. I'm trying to think who's that up to third. I think that's Nathaniel Hodges. Here comes the move. No. Max Mason backs out of it, decides better of it. Max Mason clean swept the previous event. 3 wins, 2 heat wins and a final as well. The race before that, second, first and first. Can Max Mason pull off something similar today? Mason looks to the outside. Hines covers the inside and covers the inside through the double right hand. In terms of raw pace, it's quite clear that Hines and Mason are just on another level today compared to everyone. However, if they fight, there is no reason that the likes of Nathaniel Hodges, Theo Thomas, Molly Meisen can't get involved, can't get stuck into this battle. And that is what they're going to be hoping for. A little bit of a lock-up from Finley Hines as he jumps onto the brakes. And a little puff of smoke from the rear tyres as he turns into Christmas corner. Here goes Mason up the inside of Hines into Ashby corner. And Max Mason leads the way from Finley Hines for the first time in heat number 2 of our Junior X30s. Over the curb on the exit of Ozias. Now, it doesn't look like Max Mason is already starting to pull out an ever so small lead. Look at how much curb they take through the bus stop chicane. Maybe a little bit wide for Max Mason out of paddock. Running on the rumble strips can sometimes just suck a bit of speed out of the kart. Finley Hines, for a second I thought he was going to think about a lunge, but maybe a bit too early for something that desperate. They head down the hill. Here comes Hines into Ashby corner, prime overtaking spot. And these two battling, that's what's allowing Nathaniel Hodges to stay within that 1 second range. No DRS. Here comes Mason looking up the inside. Finley Hines says, you're not far enough up my inside, I'm going to turn in. And Max Mason recognises that and backs out of the move. And Nathaniel Hodges now closing into these two. I'm sure Hodges will just be happy to sit behind them, follow them, find that little bit of extra pace. Remember, Nathaniel Hodges second in the championship. He's won a heat, he's won a final as well. He's the quick driver, is Nathaniel Hodges. But you can just sense that today, Hines and Mason have that little bit extra over him, unless Nathaniel Hodges is saving something for us for that A final. So Hines still going a bit defensive. Mason right behind. There's Hodges. Theo Thomas still keeping Molly Meisen at bay in their battle for P4. Look how much more pace Finley Hines carries into the boot, whereas Max Mason slows it down a bit more, tries to open up the double right-hander that little bit more, and that allows him to really close in onto Finley Hines coming out of paddock corner. And now he's practically pushing him along through Oblivion and the Crook. Will Hines go defensive? He does indeed. Mason centre of the circuit. Nathaniel Hodges just following them around. He's got the fastest lap of the race, and at this point, Nathaniel Hodges will be thinking, you know what, I can win this race, and so he should. Gets a switch back out of Ashby, but Mason's going to cover him off, and now Max Mason needs to think, do I want to attack, do I want to defend? Finley Hines is only thinking about one thing, which is just defend into every single corner. He's going to defend into the boot as well. Staying to the left, moves to the right just before he turns in to open up the corner just a little bit. Nose to tail between these top three. And despite them battling, despite the defending from Finley Hines, they're actually pulling away from Theo Thomas and Molly Meisen, who are lapping in the 48th. Actually, I say that. Thomas and Meisen gain a second that lap because Finley Hines went on full defensive on that lap. Molly Meisen has been able to overtake Theo Thomas, so Molly Meisen is now up into P4. No defensive line that time around for Finley Hines. Had full confidence in his ability to outbrake Max Mason if Mason was going to go for the send up the inside. So out of Ozzy as they go, and you can see that they've started to pull a bit of a gap to Nathaniel Hodges because they've not been fighting amongst themselves. It's not a huge gap, maybe about a kart length, although Nathaniel Hodges is able to close back in through the boot. So that time round, new fast lap of the race for Finley Hines, a 47.4. And they pull about half a second to Molly Meisen and Thomas. Here comes the move. Max Mason up the inside. Finley Hines that leaves the door open, and Max Mason says, look, you can't do that, Max. I will go up your inside if you do. As I think Jacob Nairn hasn't come over the line, so Jacob Nairn might be our first retiree of this race. Now Nathaniel Hodges looking up the inside, has to back out of the move. Would have been a late move and couldn't get fully alongside Finley Hines on the entry into Ozier's. Now Max Mason, is it just me, or is Mason pulling a gap to Finley Hines? Now how does Hodges play this? Hodges could try to really push Hines, try to get past. He could sit behind to try to let Hines catch up to Mason. That time round, faster lap was picked up by Max Mason, a 47.3. Molly Meisen, 47.8. That's Molly's personal best of this race. So Max Mason continues to try to put in the laps, continues to hold a kart length lead. It's not a comfortable lead, but considering how close these two have been today, it's about as comfortable as it's going to get. I've just been told that apparently we might be getting some rain later on today. That will make things very interesting for our finals. So Max Mason continuing to lead from Finley Hines, but it does feel like Finley Hines is starting to close in. Nathaniel Hodges hasn't been dropped, but he's falling back by a small amount, just by a couple of tenths. Molly Meisen in a relatively lonely P4 at this point. Now, I'm trying to remember what happened to Nathaniel Hodges in the previous race. I think there was some kind of DNF. He finished in 8th position. Nathaniel, it was bad news for his championship hopes and dreams, but he's firmly up here in the battle for the win. Hines is close. Mason covers off the inside. Hodges goes for the switchback, but Hines is going to have the inside heading into Wilkins. Finley Hines holds on to second place. We've got 2 minutes and 1 lap remaining. And Nathaniel Hodges, you can be almost certain he probably won't go for any big move until the last lap of the race. Through Oblivion and the Crook they go. Through the Kink of Fine Lady, and now up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Hines is close enough, he's going to send it up the inside. Mason tucks in behind. And just from that, Hodges is back into the picture once more. Now this time it's Hines who's going to go defensive. Now Max Mason We know he likes to go around the outside into the boot. He tried it on Finley Hines before. He made it work. He's having a look up the inside, down into Ozier's. No way through that time round. Defensive from Hines. Mason looks behind just to see where Hodges is. And you can be certain on the last lap of the race, Finley Hines is not going to try to park it on the apex into the boot because he's going to be expecting Mason to go for that outside centre. Maybe this time Mason goes for the switchback through the boot. Maybe Hines expects that and then leaves the door open again. It's a game of rock, paper, scissors. Well, it's not really rock, paper, scissors, is it? It's more a case of, well, it's not really rock, paper, but it kind of is. And that's how karting battles go. As a driver in front, you've got to decide, do you want to park it on the apex or do you want to run the driver out wide? And as a driver behind, you've got to try to predict what the driver in front is going to do to defend, and you have to pick the thing that they aren't doing, essentially, to take advantage of it. So it is a psychological battle. And Max Mason has to try to predict what Finley Hines does. Finley Hines controls it, but Max Mason has to be the psychological expert. 2 laps to go. And I'll tell you what, Mason's close enough to go for the send. Finley Hines will go defensive. No space for Hines up the inside into Christmas corner. Sorry, no space for Mason up the inside into Christmas corner. Nose to tail. Again, Hines goes defensive. Nathaniel Hodges with a wide line. Tries to get the switchback. He does get the switchback. Can Mason fight back? Mason on the inside of Hodges does reclaim second position. Hodges is just waiting for these crumbs to fall his way. Just hoping, waiting for a mistake. We've seen Hodges being really close to taking second a couple of times. Next lap, he's going to be as forceful as he can. Hines and Mason, nose to tail as we start the final lap of this race. And you can be certain that Hines is going to be defensive into every corner. Here they go on the run towards Christmas. Mason going to open up Christmas corner that small amount. Gets the double switchback, heading down the hill. Can he get to the inside? No, he can't. Again, Hines covers off the inside. Mason goes for the switchback, but Hines will just cover that inside, heading into Wilkins. Can he cover off the inside into Ozier's, or just about slams the door shut on the run down the hill? Couple more corners to go. This is Mason's corner. He can't send it around the outside. Hines covers off the inside. Mason trying to go up the inside, but again, no room. Finley Hines has done it. Molly Meisen has closed in right as the party comes to a close. Finley Hines wins from Max Mason, then comes Nathaniel Hodges. Molly Meisen in P4, then is Theo Thomas. Jaden Lamb will be our highest placed rookie in P6. We'll see how his battle with Exton Cook goes. I think Exton Cook DNF'd in our first heat of the day for the junior X30s. There they are, nose to tail. Lamb does finish ahead of Cook, and then there comes Barker to finish the race. Jacob Nairn with a DNF. Well, excellent race, and it does mean Finley Hines will be starting on pole for the A final ahead of Max Mason. Molly Meisen will be in third, and then I think it's probably going to be Theo Thomas ahead of Nathaniel Hodges. So that brings our junior X30 race to a close. And next up is going to be our Rotax Mini Maxes. Now, a field of Mini Maxes are pretty much ready to take to the circuit, and we will run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time. It is close in the championship. Flynn Grantham starts on pole with Ethan Lloyd alongside. Then is Alfie Phillipson in third with Ethan Coupland starting in fourth position. Will Eden and Noah Wicklow are on row 3. Charlie Heffer starts in 7th with Marley Fisher in 8th. Your championship leader, Akilinana Janone, starts in 9th ahead of Eli Owen. Keep your eyes out for Thomas Laidler. He was fast in Heat 1. And Arthur Kaiser starts alongside in P12. Hamish Gordon starts in 13th ahead of Adam Butt. Aaron Rigg and Santiago Simeone are on row 8 with Seiki Komatsu and Preston Howard on row 9. Lenny Dorrington starts in 19th, with Aubrey Harrington Evans completing the top 20. Rio Panayotou starts in 21st ahead of Jude Story. Frank Morris starts in 23rd ahead of Dagothor Sigurdsson in 24th place. Then it's Aurelia Simpson in 25th ahead of Emery Perring in 26th. Oliver Stonebrook starts in 27th ahead of Billy Gromit in 28th. Leo Owens is 29th ahead of Jake Hansford in 30th place. Harry Carthy starts in 31st ahead of William Gillick in 32nd. And I think the 88 has come to a premature stop. I'm not sure who that is in the 88, but unfortunately for them, they're... Wait, is that Emrys Perring? Is that the race leader who has... It is! The race leader is not making the race start. Well, that is quite something. Oh wait, hang on, no, it's that my timings are going really wonky. So Emrys Paris was starting down in 31st, but it says that he's first in the timing. Flynn Grantham, Ethan Lloyd are at the front of the field. Grantham on the outside, Grantham on the inside, Lloyd on the outside, and there they go through turn one. Good start for Flynn Grantham, contact. Thankfully though, no one into the tyre barriers, but is into the mud is one of our drivers. They are able to recover, so we'll keep an eye for who that was. I think that might have been Will Eden, who had to start the race from 4th position. As down into Ashby, Flynn Grantham will indeed lead the field. We've got the 22 facing in the wrong direction. That's Jude Story, who started this race in 22nd position. So Jude Story drops down the order. However, it has been a relatively clean start. Aside from that, the 81 all over the back of the 128. That's Marley Fisher behind Akile Nana Janone. So Janone gaining a position on the start, seemingly, or a bit of contact further back down the field between the 104 and the 127. That's Aaron Rigg and Santiago Simeone. Aaron Rigg gaining a couple of places on that opening lap, as did Santiago Simeone. But Perring leads from Lloyd, then comes Eden, Phillipson, Janone up into P5. So Janone has had a really good start in this race. Thomas Laidler has also gained a few positions. Laidler up to 7th, having started in 11th. There's a 166. Ethan Lloyd ahead of Will Eden. Eden goes up the inside. A robust move from Will Eden into Wilkins. And he hangs on to the position through Oziers. Then it's Alfie Phillipson ahead of Janone. Janone almost having a look up the inside into the double right-hander of the boot. Bit of contact between them. So Will Eden up into 2nd place, now tries to hunt down Emery Perring. They make their way onto the main straight. No big changes for position, as Janone tries to hunt Phillipson back down. There's big moves coming down further down the field. I think that was Janone putting the move on Marley Fisher. Just trying to see if the number 12 is in there as well, of Alfie Phillipson. No, there is Phillipson. So Phillipson still in 4th, Janone behind, and Janone now under pressure from Thomas Laidler, who was very, very impressive in Heat 1 today. And has been quite impressive this year. One of the notes I got coming into this race, coming into this weekend, was keep your eyes out for Thomas Laidler. He is very quick, and well, he's certainly shown that. The number 12, Alfie Phillipson, going up the inside of Ethan Lloyd, who drops down to 4th position. And we did see this from Ethan Lloyd, that he was very quick in the wet of qualifying, but not quite able to show that same pace in the race. He finished 9th in Heat 1. So Will Eden now leading the race from Ethan Lloyd, from Alfie Phillipson. What is going on to the standings? Because Phillipson has just come into the pit. So there's been some interesting developments, because where's Flynn Grantham? Flynn Grantham's in 2nd, so the timing system was just playing up a little bit. Apologies for that, but Will Eden is now leading from Flynn Grantham. So Eden leads the way, not Emery Perring. Flynn Grantham is leading from Ethan Lloyd, and then it is Janone in 3rd position. Sorry, no, it's Will Eden. Will Eden from Grantham. So Eden leads from Grantham. We'll get there in the end, folks. There we go. Will Eden with the fast lap of the race, leading from Flynn Grantham. Then comes Ethan Lloyd and Akilinana Janone, who is in 4th position. And there is Thomas Laidler, who is defending, having overtaken Janone. So Thomas Laidler up into 4th position, now trying to hunt down Ethan Lloyd. So Thomas Laidler having a really good race. Finished 3rd earlier on today. It was his best heat result of the season. How Thomas Laidler has not had better results this year, I don't know, because he is driving fantastically well so far today. The driver for KR Sport. Now, Akilinana Janone just trying to make sure that he picks up good points over Noah Wicklow and Flynn Grantham. Flynn Grantham, though, is a bit ahead, though, at the moment on circuit. So Flynn Grantham doing a good job to try to bring the gap to Janone down in the championship. Thomas Laidler looking at trying to work his way into the top 5 of the championship. Currently 6th place in the championship, 11 points behind Charlie Heffer. And he's gaining a bunch of points over Heffer as well. Although Charlie Heffer actually beat Laidler in Heat 1. Charlie Heffer finishing 2nd in the opening heat of the day. There is Janone defending. Marley Fisher tries to find a way through. Marley Fisher 4th in the championship currently. Finished 6th in the opening heat of the day. It's now Noah Wicklow with the fastest lap of this race down in P11. All of this battling has allowed Laidler to pull clear of Janone. Janone forced to defend from Marley Fisher. Janone is doing a decent job of it, but we've not seen the same kind of performance from Janone as we have previously this year. In every single race Janone has been, up until today, 1st, 2nd or 3rd. Earlier on today, P5, and now Janone looking at another P5. As Janone goes defensive, keep Marley Fisher at bay, heading into Christmas corner. But Heffer, Eli Owen, Hamish Gordon all closing in. Flynn Grantham just a couple of tenths behind Will Eden at the front of the field. Will Eden 7th at the moment, and got a disqualification in heat number 1. So unfortunately for Will Eden, no points in the opening heat. And Will Eden's best result of the year has been a P4 in the heats. So Will Eden was on for a really good set of results today, but unfortunately for Will, that DNF or that disqualification is going to really hurt their championship bid to hunt down the likes of Laidler and Heffer further ahead in the championship standings. It's that Noah Wicklow, I think, in the 53, having a little sniff up the inside of Eli Owen, deciding against it. Wicklow going to lose a bunch of points to Grantham, Fisher and indeed Charlie Heffer if things finish as they are. Championship, at least the battle for 2nd in the championship is going to get very, very close indeed. Akilinana Janone just needs to make sure that they pick up some decent points. And then at the next round in September, they can seal the deal and win the championship. Flynn Grantham doing everything that he can to keep this championship fight going. Charlie Heffer, good move up the inside of Adam Batt into Christmas corner. Still 3/10 at the front of the field. Ethan Lloyd having a much better showing in Heat 2 than what he did in Heat 1. There's a little bit of contact going on further down the field as up the inside goes the 53 Noah Wicklow. Goes through on Charlie Heffer, now slams the door shut on corner exit. Covers off the inside. And tiny bit of contact. Eli Owen just behind the pair of them. There's Noah Wicklow now trying to hunt down Adam Batt for 7th position. Still 3/10 between your top 2. Eden and Grantham seemingly working together, I think. So there you can see Janone and Marley Fisher nose to tail, over a second behind Thomas Laidler, who is not really closing in onto Ethan Lloyd, or at least not significantly. Charlie Heffer covers off the inside. And there is a defensive line from Giannone. Marley Fisher tries to get the better of the Italian, well, the British driver. I'm assuming half Italian. Oh, there's that little bump and pass. Up the inside of Giannone goes Marley Fisher. There was contact going into the double right-hander. Marley Fisher made the move work. I think the stewards might end up having a little look at that. Oh, great move round the outside. That was bold from Charlie Heffer. Charlie Heffer holding on to 9th ahead of Eli Owen. And then comes the 75 of Hamish Gordon. We are on to the penultimate lap of the race. Ultra defensive from Charlie Heffer. Eden and Grantham putting in new personal best of the race. Thomas Laidler with his fast lap of the race, but he's 8 tenths behind Ethan Lloyd. And we've got a spinner. Who is that? That is the 31, Adam Batt from 7th place. Oh dear, Adam Batt drops down the order. That is not good whatsoever. Adam Batt, who this is his 2nd event at WMKC. He had his best result in Heat 1 of P8. He was looking at a P7. Well, that's gone, and that's meaning he's going to start much further down the order for the final. There's Giannone battling with Wicklow. So Marley Fisher has gapped Giannone, and Wicklow is now searching for a way through. The driver 2nd in the championship, trying to find a way through on their championship rival. Not able to make the move into Wilkins or indeed into Oziers. Head through the boot. Now Eden and Grantham, will see what the gap between them is as they come over the line. 4 tenths of a second. Now Thomas Laidler is only 4 tenths behind Ethan Lloyd, so we could see a change for 3rd. We could see a change as well here for 6th. Giannone just not being able to show the pace that we've seen from him over the course of this year. Giannone has been dominant and always in the top 3 every single race. But now he's going to have 2 results out of the top 3. Look over the shoulder there for Charlie Heffer to see where Eli Owen is. Here are your race leaders. Will Eden ahead of Grantham. And Will Eden will round the final corner to take a very good victory. Flynn Grantham in 2nd. Then comes Ethan Lloyd just ahead of Thomas Laidler. Then comes Marley Fisher in 5th, ahead of Achille Nane Giannone in 6th. Noah Wicklow in 7th, Charlie Heffer in 8th, Eli Owen in 9th, then it's Hamish Gordon in P10. Seiki Komatsu finishes in 11th, ahead of Arthur Kaiser. Aubrey Harrington Evans in 13th, ahead of Rio Panayotu. Aaron Rigg in 15th, ahead of Frank Morris. Aurelius Simpson in 17th, then it's Preston Howard, Dagur Thor Sigurdsson in 19th. Santiago Simeone in 20th, ahead of Jake Hansford, Billy Gromit and Jude Story. Then it's Harry Carthy ahead of Leo Wones, who is your highest placed novice driver. Then it is Oliver Stonebrook in 26th, ahead of William Gillick. Then comes Adam Butt, who drops all the way down to P28. Then it's Alfie Phillipson, who was also dropped down the order and was one of our DNFEs. And Lenny Dorrington completing our 30-car field. So big, or very unfortunate for Adam Batt and Alfie Phillipson. We'll see how they can perform in the finals later on today. Now we're going to move on to our penultimate heat of the day, which are our Honda Cadets. Heat 2 and the final heat for our Honda Cadets. Let's run you through the grid order. Sawyer Henderson starts on pole ahead of Archie Cannon, who won heat number 1. Oliver Ratton starts in 3rd ahead of Bradley Sutton. Then it's Callum Ryan and Cian Doherty on row 3. Jesse Bailey and Jensen Kula are on row 4. Keep your eyes out for Kula. He had a really good heat 1. Finn Hollis starts in 9th ahead of Archie Edgar. Then it's Krish Doshi in 11th ahead of Max Skilton in 12th place. Freddie Williams and Reggie Carver make up a row number 7. Eric Jabek in 15th, ahead of Jack Smith, and it's Finley Thursfield ahead of Fraser Messer. Completing your top 20 is Louis Dawson and Felix Finn, with Teddy Morton completing the field. So it looks like we are almost ready to release our Honda cadets onto the grid. And out onto the circuit they will go. Well, this should be a good heat. Archie Cannon looked untouchable in heat number 1. Sawyer Henderson, does he have an answer for Archie's pace in these dry conditions? Remember, for both of them, it's their second showing. Archie Cannon's first heat win. Sawyer, in his first event here, where he was racing along with Archie Cannon, he had a second, first and a second. Archie had a third, ninth and a third. But it looks like today Archie has a measure of Sawyer Henderson. And let's not forget as well, in the championship battle, Cian Doherty leads the championship, starting in 6th place. Standing start for these drivers. Jesse Bailey, Oliver Vickers are 2 other drivers to watch out for. Jesse Bailey, second in the championship. Jesse Bailey, second in the championship, starting in 7th position. And Oliver Vickers not racing today. Oliver Vickers, one of the few drivers who has had a clean sweep. Won all of the races in Heat 1. Oliver Ratton, who starts in 3rd place, has also had a clean sweep. That was for round number 4 of the championship. Callum Ryan has also almost had a clean sweep. He starts in 5th, but it's Archie Cannon who's looking at picking up his own clean sweep today. Going to be all eyes to the lights. We get ready to get this race underway. 2 red lights appear and out they go. We are racing at Wilton Mill. Archie Cannon almost able to have a go into the crook on your race leader, Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer Henderson keeps the door shut. Says you're going to have to do better than that, Archie. Keeps the door closed as well on the run towards Christmas corner. Archie Cannon in the number 5. And has to bide his time and wait that little bit longer. All the while behind them, Oliver Ratton searching for a way through. As they head into the double left-handers, and Archie Cannon has a driver on his inside now. Oliver Ratton goes through, and the 53 is going to follow through as well, so that's Bradley Sutton up into 3rd place. Archie Cannon down into 4th. Tries to bite straight back into the boot, has to back out of the move though. Archie Cannon sits in 4th place. But your race leader, Sawyer Henderson, as he was at the end of lap 1 in heat number 1. What does Oliver Ratton have? Oliver Ratton came 2nd in the opening heat of the day. He was able to beat Sawyer Henderson in the end. As there goes Archie Cannon up into 3rd position and followed through by Jensen Kula. I did say to keep your eyes out for Jensen. Jensen Kula had a very good opening heat of the day. They make their way through the double left-hander. And well, Sawyer Henderson trying to get his head down. Pull a gap to drivers behind. Oliver Ratton in the 22. No longer Bradley Sutton in 3rd. Archie Cannon followed by Jensen Kula. Through Oblivion and the crook they go once again. Ratton all over the back of Sawyer Henderson. No sends into Christmas corner this time round. Very patient. Cannon has been able to make the move on Oliver Ratten down into Ashby Corner. Now he can try to hunt down Sawyer Henderson. In through the boot they go. Mechanical flag out for Callum Ryan. That's really bad news for the driver who is 5th place in the championship, who won the last round of the championship. As well, round number 5 of the season. Archie Cannon looking to the inside of Sawyer Henderson, makes the move work. Oliver Ratten follows through as well. And Oliver Ratten does not want to allow Archie Cannon to drive away with this race. And here comes Jensen Kula going up the inside of Sawyer Henderson. So Sawyer Henderson from 1st drops down to 4th in the space of a couple of corners. I've been told as well, Jensen Kula is the first driver to be racing in England under an Albanian flag. So very cool to see. Jensen Kula doing very well, representing Albania. Look over the shoulder from Oliver Ratten. You'll see that it is Jensen Kula behind him now, but Ratten is going to be focused on trying to hunt down Archie Cannon. Archie Cannon looks to make it 2 heat wins out of 2. And Callum Ryan is, I think, has already come into the pits, as Callum Ryan indeed he has. So that is bad news for Callum Ryan. Came 7th in heat number 1. He's going to have no such luck in heat number 2. Going to force him to start quite far down the order for the finals. Archie Cannon just keeping his head down. Oliver Ratten is not letting him drive away with this one, which is what we saw Archie Cannon able to do earlier on today. Ratten now with a fast lap of the race. Again, we're talking about nothing. Cannon 53.45, Ratten 53.43, Kula 53.43, Henderson 53.44. 0.02 of a second separating the lap times of your top 4. Archie Cannon is not going defensive. He is just pushing himself and saying, you know what, Oliver, if you think you can go for the move, go for it. And so far, Oliver Ratten has been content to sit behind. He possibly could have gone for a move down into Ashby. Decided better of it. And I think Jensen Kula is just starting to fall back from the pace of these two working together. Onto the start-finish straight we go. And a 10th gained by Cannon and Ratten over Kula and Henderson. We head through Christmas Corner once again. Identical times for Cannon and Ratten, who just nose to tail over the line. Ratten has fallen back by a kart length or so. Look over the shoulder from the pair of them, and they'll see that Jensen Kula, he's still there, but starting to drop back by a small amount. It's close enough there. If they battle for a corner, both Kula and Henderson will be right there. Bradley Sutton is in P5 as well. Trying to get onto the back of these leading two. New fast up the race for Archie Cannon. He gains a 10th over Oliver Ratten. I think we've got someone dropping down the border. Yes, I think it's Finn Hollis. A bit of a slow lap that time round. Archie Cannon, I think he's got into his groove and he's putting in some really good laps. That's a nice move further down the field. I think that was Cian Doherty going up the inside of Bradley Sutton. And that is the battle for 5th position. Cian Doherty, the championship leader, is ahead of their main rivals, which is Jesse Bailey and is it Oliver Vickers? Yes, Oliver Vickers, though, not racing today. Archie Cannon, new fastest lap of, well, actually matches his personal best, really. And gains another 2/10 on Oliver Ratton. I think Archie Cannon has checked out now at the front of the field. You give him a few laps, he just starts to get into a rhythm, and Oliver Ratton cannot match the pace of Archie Cannon at the front of the field. Now Jensen Kula is closing in onto Ratton. Kula is on for a potential second place here. Oliver Ratton, who is 8th in the championship, had 3 events so far. Makes this event and the next 2 will be in the hunt for the championship. So Oliver Ratton, a good set of results here, could be absolutely huge for him. Bring him into play with the likes of Cian Doherty. In fact, we'll jump him ahead of Doherty, I think. So Oliver Ratton looking to take the championship lead from Cian Doherty, who is down in P5. That is with drop scores being considered. Eric Jabek with a contact warning. There's the 94 and the 43. Cian Doherty ahead of Bradley Sutton. Seven-tenths now the gap at the front of the field. Archie Cannon continuing to put in mid-53s. Meanwhile, 53.6s from the group behind. As that's Jensen Kula being sent by Sawyer Henderson. So Sawyer Henderson takes the position. Kula goes straight back up the inside. Jensen Kula reclaims 3rd. A little shake of the head from Sawyer Henderson. I don't know if he thought Jensen Kula would just let that position go so he could try to hunt down Oliver Ratton, but Ratton is gone now. Oliver Ratton pretty much has 2nd place in the bag. 2 laps remaining in this race. Sawyer Henderson tries to get the run out of the crook. Kula will go defensive as close to the white line as he possibly can. Henderson looks to try to get the run out of Christmas Corner, but there is no way through for him. Again, looks to the outside, tries to get the run coming out of Ashby. Here is the 53 of Bradley Sutton, who has Cian Doherty behind. Bradley Sutton having overtaken Doherty. And then just behind them is Jesse Bailey. Jesse Bailey, who's 2nd in the championship. Bailey really needs to find a way through on Doherty. Because at the moment it's looking like Oliver Ratton's going to jump the pair of them in the championship. We're on to the final lap of the race. Archie Cannon leads by nearly a second now. Archie Cannon's pace has dipped now towards the high 53s. Still quicker than Oliver Ratton is the Scotsman. Through Christmas, Kula continuing to defend straight over to the inside out of Inkermans. Henderson jumps to the outside, tries to open up Ashby as much as possible. Kula look over the shoulder, moves to the inside quite late, and there's more contact. Kula, as soon as he comes out of a corner exit, moves to the inside, and Sawyer Henderson has to make evasive action. And now all of a sudden Bradley Sutton is here as well. Kula once again going to cover the inside line and give absolutely no opportunity for Henderson, who now has Bradley Sutton trying to go up the inside. Henderson hangs it around the outside as they go through the final chicane. Archie Cannon takes the victory ahead of Oliver Ratton. Jensen Kula with a very calm defense to take 3rd place ahead of Sawyer Henderson. Bradley Sutton in 5th, then it's Cian Doherty. Jesse Bailey in 7th ahead of Krish Doshi in 8th, then it's Louis Dawson. Takes 9th ahead of Archie Edgar, Max Skilton. And then comes Finley Thursfield, Freddie Williams, Reggie Carver, Eric Jabek in 15th, Teddy Morton, Finn Hollis, Fraser Messer will cross the line in P18. Reggie Carver, your highest placed novice driver. Jack Smith in 19th, then comes Callum Ryan and Felix Finn to complete the grid. So that brings an end to our Honda Cadet heats. Our final heat of the day is going to be our Rotax Micro Maxes before we head into our lunch break. So one more heat to go. Well, I don't know if you guys are hungry, but I certainly am. I'm looking to have a little snack after this race before we return with our finals. We'll be starting off with the Junior Max Finals. Another reminder as well that we hope you've been enjoying the coverage here on the Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. And a reminder that the finals will only be accessible if you have a Slipstream subscription, which you can get quite easily on YouTube. If you don't have a Slipstream subscription though, do not worry. All of the finals will be available to watch on YouTube after a week, so on Monday next week or Monday week after next, depending on how you look at it. But in about 7 days time you'll be able to watch them for free. If you want to watch them live though, you do need to have that Slipstream subscription. Here we go though. Caio Vieira starts on pole ahead of Will Wainwright. Then it's Rio Pocock who starts in third and has been very impressive today. Jack Gold in fourth ahead of Hugo Senna and Hendrix Falat, who completes row number 3 in 6th position. Benjamin Finlay and Johnny Butterfill are on row 4 ahead of Ottilie Simpson and Harry Riley in 10th place. Then it's Jack Reed and Freddie Fullerton who make up row 6. Teddy Shepard and Alexander Pietak in 14th position. Before we move on to row number 8, Nicodem Pietak and Callum Gain. Sorry, Piotek. We'll get there in the end. So, Nicodem Piotek and Alexander Piotek. Well, Wainwright and Vieira certainly put on a good battle for us earlier on today. They are third and first in the championship respectively. There is only 17 points separating the top 3. No Caden Hanley today, who is second in the championship, has missed one event. Now missing another event is Caden Hanley. Clean swept the last round of the season. Round number 5 almost clean swept, round number 4 as well. Rio Pocock has been impressive as well, catching that 360. And then Pocock worked their way. I'm trying to remember, where did Pocock finish in the end? I think he finished in at 4th or something. It was a very good drive from Pocock. Now let's see what he can do. Hopefully Pocock, no more 360 spins. Wainwright in the 21 starting on pole. Sorry, starting in second. In the full neon yellow. And then the blue and yellow is the 118 of Caio Vieira. And we are going to get a race restart. I think there's a bit of tram lines being broken. And Jack Gould leads the way. And the finger signs are being shown so that everyone knows that they have to do a race restart. I hope Jack Gould has realised that he took a bit of a defensive line into turn 1. He might still be pushing a bit. No, he has slowed down now. He's just waving a couple of drivers through. Harry Riley starting this race down in 9th position. He's 5th in the championship. He's had a best heat result of 3rd place. That was actually at the last round of the season, round number 5. You see the race leader just pinching the fuel pipe just to make that fuel mix a little bit leaner for the race start. Vieira, championship leader, knows exactly what to do. Will Wainwright only 17 points down in the championship, but finished the opening race of the day down in P5. So Wainwright has a point to prove. Otherwise, Vieira is going to gain a number of points over Wainwright. Be very close to wrapping up the championship at the next round of the season. Here we go then, into the final corner. Your eyes out on the 666 with Rio Pocock. Starting in 3rd position, Jack Gould as well. Very quick driver is Jack, starting in 4th place. But it's the ideal start for Pocock, who moves up into 2nd place, right behind your race leader, Kaya Vieira. And then comes Wainwright in 3rd position. Wainwright moves to the outside into Christmas corner. Can't quite get the drive coming out of it. And then Jack Gould defending from Falat and Finlay behind him. Gould goes defensive and covers off the inside down into Ashby corner. Make sure no one can get through. Wainwright has a little look over his shoulder and we'll see a big gap behind him so he can focus on the 2 drivers in front of him of Vieira and Pocock. Pocock, who goes wide, and this time it's Gould who spins heading down the hill. So Jack Gould drops down to the back of the field. And unfortunately at that part of the track you can't do a 360 catch. So Jack Gould has a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, Kaya Vieira leading. Wainwright up to 2nd. Pocock, who went wide down at Oziers, drops to 3rd position. So Vieira leading. That's going to be a nice move from Butterfield up the inside of Falat. So Johnny Butterfield moves up into 4th position ahead of Hendrix Falat. Then it's Benjamin Finlay down in 6th place. Our drivers make their way down the hill once again. Just checking Benjamin Finlay. How many rounds has Benjamin Finlay done? It's actually Benjamin Finlay's 1st round of the season at WMKC. Running with the S plate. Now behind Falat and Butterfield. Now Wainwright has just put in the fast lap of the race as he hunts down Vieira. Rio Pocock about 4/10 off the pace of Will Wainwright on that lap. Still a respectable lap though from Pocock. Top 2 just in a little bit of a pace of their own right now. Johnny Butterfield did put in a good lap of 53.79. Only a 10th off Vieira. Will Wainwright onto the back of Vieira. It's about a car length behind as they make their way onto the back straight. Wainwright just closes the filter or the flap over the radiator. Which is interesting because I think Vieira has his open. So Vieira has his open, whereas Wainwright has his closed. Always forget what it does is just to increase the amount of air that comes into the radiator to cool the engine down. Can't remember if it affects whether it runs rich or not. But Wainwright is all over the back of Vieira. So whatever he's doing with that radiator, it's working very well. Pocock almost went a little bit wide coming out of Wilkins. But he sorts himself out heading into Ashby's. Oh, sorry, heading into Oziers. He had an 8/10 gap over Johnny Butterfield at the start of this lap. Just a reminder that Wainwright has not won a race this season. He's had a bunch of seconds. Came 2nd in the finals. At the last event, he actually beat Vieira in round 5, but it was Caden Hanley who took a clean sweep. Kaya Vieira has actually never had a clean sweep this season. He's had a 1st, 2nd and a 1st. He's had a 5th, 2nd and a 1st. Never 3 wins on a day. Can Kaya manage it today? Well, first he's going to have to keep Will Wainwright at bay for heat number 2. At the moment, he's showing enough pace to keep Wainwright at bay, but potentially Wainwright just happy to sit behind for now. Doesn't need to go for anything just yet. Can wait to pull a big gap to Rio Pocock before he starts fighting this hard. Top 2, the only 2 drivers in the 52s. Half a second quicker than Pocock and Butterfield behind. Pocock is getting reeled by Johnny Butterfield, who's dragging Benjamin Finlay along with him and Hendrik Salat. All three of them in the 53.2s. I'm just wondering, when does Wainwright want to go for this? Definitely looks to be that little bit quicker. Maybe even a little bit smoother. Both of them with their radiator flaps open now. They go through the boot. Wainwright continuing to sit behind Kaya Vieira. And Pocock has certainly been closed in by Johnny Butterfield now. Butterfield has just put in a 53.0, almost matching the pace of Vieira, and Wainwright up at the front of the field. I'm sure Johnny Butterfield is going to go for a move on Rio Pocock momentarily. And he has actually done it, so Johnny Butterfield has made the move into Christmas corner and has moved up into third position. I doubt he's going to be able to catch these leading two unless they have an almighty squabble. They've pulled a rather healthy 3-second advantage at the front of the field. So 0.2 was the gap when they came over the line last time round. Now Pocock under pressure from Falat and Finlay. Wainwright with a new fast lap of the race, 52.77. Pace very quick up at the front. Consistently pump in these 52s. Pocock trying to go along with Johnny Butterfield. Johnny Butterfield's best result this season has been a 6th in a heat. He matched that earlier on today, and now Butterfield is looking for a 3rd. And Wainwright, I think, is starting to smell a race win. Will Wainwright, who has not won a single heat this year, a strew of second place finishes behind the likes of Vieira, behind the likes of Hanley. Can he finally take the checkered flag first? So Johnny Butterfield looking at his best result of the year. Will Wainwright on the precipice of a first heat win of the year. Butterfield goes defensive. Pocock starting to pile the pressure onto the 25. Pocock having found a little bit of pace now that he's been overtaken by Johnny Butterfield. Through Wilkins, now our leaders go. And then into Osiers. Where does Will Wainwright want to go for the move? Surely it's going to be down the hill into Ashby. There's Pocock behind Johnny Butterfield. 6 just sits behind, heading into the boot. Still, Wainwright just sitting on the back of Kaya Vieira. At the moment, no way through. He's close. Surely that's where he's going to do it. He seems to get a good run out of Christmas most laps. Now, I'm just wondering, is Wainwright waiting for the final lap of this race, or is Wainwright saying, you know what, I just don't have it in me. I just need to get as close as I can. Because it could be either of them. Maybe Wainwright doesn't want Vieira to be behind him. Maybe Wainwright wants to be the driver who decides what happens heading onto that final lap, but it's a risky decision to let Vieira defend onto the final lap of the race. Well, only time will tell. 3 laps to go. Another look over the shoulder from Vieira. Vieira at the moment just braking whenever he wants to brake, pushing as he wants to push, and not really thinking much of Wainwright behind him. That's why these two are still pumping in 52.7s. Whereas nobody else has been able to get under a 53.0. The fastest other lap we've seen is actually from Johnny Butterfield at 53.08. Wainwright is driving really well, almost inch perfect, putting the pressure on Vieira so that Vieira knows no matter what Vieira does, Wainwright is right there. If you make a mistake, Wainwright will be going through. There have been a little moments where Vieira has just lost the back end a bit. And Wainwright is straight onto his bumper. Not try to force the issue, not try to force an overtake. 2 laps to go then, but Vieira has a bit of a lead heading up the hill towards Christmas Corner. This is where Wainwright tends to get a good run out of Christmas. Through Inkermans, but he's too far back. It's going to have to be a last lap battle between these two championship rivals who are separated by 17 points coming into this event. And that gap has already extended to 22 points after the opening heat. Wainwright needs to get a race win under his belt. He needs that confidence as well, I'm sure. Here we go, one final lap remaining. Will Wainwright, he is sat behind Caio Vieira the entire race, watching, observing. Can he do this? Vieira knows the gap's big enough that he can just take his racing line into Christmas Corner. Vieira, I think he's too far back to go for the move into Ashby. Vieira, will he have a look over his shoulder? No. Vieira knows he's got the gap. He's just going to drive his own thing, drive his own lines, and essentially say to Caio, if you think you can get past me, go for it. No mistakes from Vieira, and Vieira will now go a bit defensive. No, he's going to take his racing line once again. Caio Vieira has been put under so much pressure from Will Wainwright over the course of this race, but he has responded beautifully. He has not batted an eyelid. He's hardly had to go defensive. Full confidence in his own abilities. Caio Vieira, an ultra-composed race win ahead of Will Wainwright. Johnny Butterfield takes P3, his best result of the season. And then comes Rio Pocock in 4th place ahead of Hendrik Fallat. Then Harry Riley finishes in 6th place. Freddie Fullerton across the line in 7th ahead of Jack Gould, who dropped to the back of the field on the opening lap. So great recovery drive from Jack. Utterly Simpson in P9 ahead of Callum Gain. Then it's Jack Reed in 11th ahead of Alexander Piotek in 12th place. Nikodem Piotek in 13th. Benjamin Finlay, one of our retirees, as was Teddy Shepherd. So that does bring our heat racing to a close. We're going to be having a lunch break in a lunch break now before we return with our finals. A final reminder to all of you who are watching on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. And the finals are going to be accessible only for Slipstream subscribers. So if you want to watch the finals now, make sure you do subscribe to the channel. However, if you are not subscribed, you will still be able to watch the finals. They will be posted on YouTube, available to watch for free in a week's time. So with that, we'll see everyone on the other side of the lunch break for the Junior Max B final.